Excellencies, distinguished guests, bonjour et bienvenue. Welcome back to the Ministry of Economy and Finance for the day 2 of the 4th edition of Vision Golfe 2026. I'm Daline Hassan, founder and CEO of Chair Global Communication Agency based between the UAE and Paris. Yesterday was nothing short but extraordinary. Today, we continue Vision Golfe under the theme From Corporation to Transformation. Today, we pivot straight into operational ecosystem that touch our daily commerce and future lifestyles. We will explore trade optimization, agricultural resilience, smart cities, healthcare transformation, luxury, and the vast soft power that power our creative economies. To officially launch the second day of high-level perspectives, our first keynote speaker, he's the driving force behind the international growth for French export strategies, and I'm delighted to invite to the stage the Chief Operating Officer of the Transportation Division at Business France, Monsieur Didier Bologne.
His Excellency Khalid Ibrahim Humaydan, Governor of the Central Bank of Bahrain, His Excellency Mohammed Abdulrahman Al-Hawi, Undersecretary at the Ministry of Investment of the United Arab Emirates, dear Paul, dear Damien, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, all protocol observed. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of Vision Golfe 2026. Thank you all for being here again this morning. Your presence shows strong confidence and shared ambition. Yesterday, under the leadership of Louis Marguerite, we opened this 4th edition of Vision Golfe. We saw what this event is about: building connections, strengthening cooperation, and creating real business opportunities. From dialogue to action, yesterday's discussion covered key sectors such as infrastructure, energy, healthcare, and innovation. One message was clear: the France-GCC partnership is about working together and delivering concrete results. The Gulf brings ambition, speed, and scale. France brings industry, innovation, and global reach. Together, we are ready to move forward. Day 2, from investment to results. Today is focused on action. We will discuss how to increase trade and investment, how to strengthen value chains, especially in food and agribusiness, how to build sustainable cities, and how to develop partnerships in healthcare, innovation, and skills. In short, today is about turning ideas into projects and projects into results. A strong and lasting partnership. Vision Golfe is not only a place for discussion, it is a platform for concrete action. France remains fully committed to the Gulf region. Our companies are ready to invest and to work with you. We all share the same belief. The future belongs to those who build and invest together. Although it is fragile, the recent peace agreement between the United States and Iran gives hope for more stability and cooperation in the region. Before closing, I would like to thank, obviously, all our partners, sponsors, and stakeholders for their support. I wish you all a very productive second day at Vision Golfe 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monsieur Boulogne. And now we move to a speaker leads the national policies designed to draw a measure foreign investment and boost France's economic competitiveness on the world stage. Please join me to welcome Paul Thiboul, head of the Business Attractiveness Department, French Treasury, Ministry of Finance and Economy.
Distinguished guests, excellencies, I'm truly delighted to welcome you at the Ministry of Finance on this fourth edition of Vision Golfe and on the second day of this important meeting. In these walls, a few weeks ago, we had the G7 finance and central bank governors meetings, and we were very pleased to welcome our friends from the Gulf countries, making the situation in the region the core of the discussions at the G7 finance ministries level. And a few days ago, it was the same at the Leaders Summit in Evian. This shows, among other signs and among other signs like this summit, the importance of the Gulf for the French Ministry of Finance and for France in general. So a lot has been said about what we will do today on this second day of discussion, trade relations between France and the GCC, providing opportunities for French companies, but also for our business partners in the region. Roundtables, we'll have the pleasure to have the Governor Maidan on stage in a few minutes. And many themes will be discussed today. Throughout the day, B2B meetings will take place and offer valuable opportunities for all of you and for us to deepen our relationships and to provide opportunities for economic stakeholders. I would like to thank Business France for organizing this meeting and for the scale and the quality of the people united today. Also expanding my gratitude to the Gulf countries and to the Gulf partners who have made the trip despite the difficult situation and who have embraced the opportunity to engage and connect in Paris. If I have just one message today for French companies, it would be develop our partnerships with the Gulf. You can count on our financings, you can count on our diplomatic support, and we will support you in doing so. And for our partners from the Gulf, the mobilization for this year's edition is tremendous. Thank you to you all, and let's commit to keep working alongside each other and keep increasing the relationships between our two regions. So everyone, have a good day, fruitful day, and thank you for being there.
Thank you very much. And we move to our next keynote speaker. He's working closely at the intersection of policy and commerce to build strategic cooperation partnerships and strengthen France's economic footprint abroad. Please join me to give a warm welcome to the Director of Economic Diplomacy at the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs, Monsieur Damien Leras.
Excellencies, Monsieur le Gouverneur, distinguished guests, partners and friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be with you today at this fourth edition of Vision Golfe, and a great honor and pride to have our esteemed guests from the Gulf countries with us once again this year, despite the challenging times we're facing. I'd like to thank Business France, the team France Export, and all our diplomatic and economic teams whose daily work helps strengthen the ties between France and the Gulf countries. We gather today in a moment of profound geopolitical and geoeconomic turmoil. The international environment is becoming increasingly uncertain and dangerous. Strategic competition is intensifying, trade routes are evolving, technologies have become strategic assets and are used as such. Supply chains are at risk and are being redesigned. Economic security has become a central concern for governments around the world. The age of hyper-globalization is giving way to an age of strategic interdependence, since we believe true sovereignty doesn't mean self-sufficiency or isolation, but lies in the capacity to build balanced cooperations with trusted partners. And it is precisely what the Gulf countries represent for France and what we hope France is for you. Over the past decade, the Gulf has established itself as one of the world's major economic and strategic centers of gravity, far beyond oil and gas. Through your visionary national strategies, you are investing massively in innovation, technology, infrastructure, human capital, sustainability, hospitality. You are not simply adapting to the future of economy, you are shaping it. France sees in these major transformations not only opportunities, but also a strong convergence of interest and vision. We share the conviction with you that competitiveness and sovereignty go hand in hand, that innovation, talent, and infrastructure are key drivers of prosperity, and that economic security has become an essential dimension of national security. Above all, we share a common understanding of the challenges of our time in a world where access to energy, data, critical minerals, technology, and secure supply chains increasingly determines economic power. Connectivity itself has become a strategic asset. The ability to build resilient and diversified partnerships is now one of the main foundations of our sovereignty. Our strategic convergence translates into concrete results. Gulf investors continue to expand their presence in France, as evidenced recently during the last Choose France summit, while more than 1,000 French companies operate successfully across the region in sectors ranging from energy, transport, and water management to healthcare, digital technologies, cybersecurity, sustainable and smart cities. Like the French government, our companies are fully confident in your country's ability to sustain the exceptional development and continue to move further up the value chain, building on the remarkable achievements of recent decades. Ladies and gentlemen, it's for government to define strategic vision, but it is ultimately for the private sector to bring this vision to life. It is companies, entrepreneurs, and innovators who design supply chains, deploy technologies, build infrastructures, create jobs, and connect markets. They transform political ambitions into tangible projects, strategic partnerships, and long-term investments. This is precisely why Vision Golf matters, as underlined by Didier. It's not only a forum for discussions. It's a place where public strategies meet private initiative, where ideas become projects, and where partnerships capable of shaping our common futures are forged. We meet today, as I said before, in an extremely demanding international context. From the Middle East to Europe and beyond, crises and conflicts remind us that instability in one region affects supply chains, energy markets, investment flows, food security, and prosperity all over the world. They also remind us of a simple truth. There can be no lasting prosperity without stability. Peace is not only a political goal, it's also an economic imperative. In the wake of the agreement reached 2 days ago between the United States and Iran, we are eager to work hand in hand with our Gulf partners to strengthen and preserve the renewed prospects for a lasting peace. In a world increasingly threatened by fragmentation, France and the Gulf countries have chosen cooperation, openness, and trust, with the strong convictions that now more than ever, bridges matter more than words. I wish you a productive and inspiring second day of Vision Golf. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Loras. And now, before we jump into the fireside chat, we move to hear from a leading figure in expanding economic partnerships and driving cross-border investments between France and the region. Please join me to welcome Mr. Alex Rattel.
Ahlan wa sahlan. Governor, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Business France for all the work and wonderful and outstanding work you have done for this edition. And year to years, all the Vision Golf edition are better than the year before. So thanks for all you have done for this region. The Foreign Trade Advisor of France are 4,500 business leaders, women and men, present in nearly 150 countries, appointed by decree of the French Prime Minister. We are serving on a voluntary basis for more than 125 years. Our network are carrying out 4 missions: advising public authority, supporting French company, mid-cap company abroad, and training the next generation in exporting and promoting French attractiveness. But behind this mission lies a simple reality. Our advisors do not comment on market, they live them. They run companies there, they are investing, they are employing, they take risk. And in the Gulf, we have about 200 advisors, active across the 6 countries of the Cooperative Council. Major for CAC 40 groups, but also head of mid-caps. And many of our French companies established abroad. This diversity alone speaks to the depth of our economy's ties. And it is in the name of these networks and our president, Mrs. Sophie Sidos, that I address you this morning. Why does the Gulf matter so much to France? The figures speak for themselves, close to 25 billion euros of exchange in 25. But the figures do not tell the essential part. The essential part is that we are not talking about a market when we are talking about Gulf region. We are talking about partners in co-investment, in co-industrialization, in co-innovation, The vision for the future of Saudi, Emirati, Karati, Omani meet French strengths and precisely where it counts. I mean energy and its transition, infrastructure, health, agri-food, artificial intelligence, cultural and creative industry. This complementary is not theoretical. It can be measured in the 2,000 business meetings that this forum has business that will be held in this forum. And it's confirmed every day in our company. In a personal note, I am an entrepreneur in this region for 20 years, and I want to express here a conviction that is not born of circumstances. Yes, in recent months, the region has gone through serious tension. Some seen from Paris and read it in a reason to withdraw, to wait and to see. But us, the French trade advisor on the ground, saw the opposite, a demonstration of resilience. The Gulf market held firm. Project went on. The vision of transformation did not deviate by a single degree. That is the strategic vision of our Gulf partners, the ability to build for the long term among the turbulence of the short term. And this is why our message this morning is one of confidence and indeed of hope. Confidence because the fundamentals are there. Investment capacity among the world's first rank, long-term visions that are not merely announced but delivered, and a position of a crossroad between Europe, Asia, and Africa that makes the Gulf one of the center of gravity of the global economy. Hope finally because the economy in its own way is a force for peace. We all know Ibn Khaldun, and he wrote this in 7th century ago. It is through cooperation that society are built, and through exchange that they prosper. 7 centuries later, in these regions, this lesson has not aged a day. Every factory built together, every technology co-developed, every young person trained in our company creates interdependence, and interdependence creates stability. Trades do not solve everything, but its lasting beats those who engage in it. This has been the founding intuition of our network, and it has been more relevant than today in this region. The theme of this edition, From Cooperation to Transformation, describes precisely the moment we are living through. The cooperation we have built, the transportation lies ahead of us, and it will be carried out with partners who are steady and reliable. France is such a partner. So our company. Our company are living the proof of it, each of the 6 countries in the Gulf. So to conclude, to the French company present in this room, I would like to say the door to the Gulf is open, and the foreign trade advisors are there on the ground to help you to walk through it. To our partners in the Gulf, you can count on us in the good day as in the difficult moment. We were there, we are there, and we will remain there with you and for you. Thank you very much.
And now I'm stepping back to the hot seat again for this fireside chat to explore the deepening financial strategic alliance between the UAE and France. These 2 countries share a lot of ambition related to so many sectors in technology, in infrastructure, AI, greenfield investment, and I can give maybe 1 more hour to count all these fields of partnerships. And now it's my absolute pleasure and privilege to invite to the stage His Excellency Mohammed Abdelrahman Al-Hawi, Undersecretary at the Ministry of Investment in the UAE. Your Excellency, you are welcome to join me on the stage. أهلا وسهلا. Your Excellency, just a few days ago in Versailles, President Emmanuel Macron and the UAE solidified their partnership investment with big, signature. So how does this recent high-level momentum translate directly into your strategic goal of the UAE national strategy in 2031? And I would like you to walk me through the core philosophy of that strategy.
So much, and thank you for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here again. And I was just telling the organizers I'd like to be here more often. So for sure, thank you so much. The relationship between France and the UAE is not a new one. It's been built on a very long history. Whether it's through a cultural partnership or economic partnership, it's quite a flourishing relationship. And more recently, they were one of the major countries that stood by the Gulf countries and specifically the UAE in the recent conflict. So the relationship couldn't be better, but we still are working on making it even more impactful for both nations. A couple of years ago, or less than 2 years ago, we signed an investment MOU with the government of France, basically committing anything between $30 to $50 billion of investment from the UAE to France, and we've started working on that. And specifically, the past 6 months, you saw a lot of projects moving forward in the fields you mentioned: AI, energy, infrastructure, and others. So there's real impact on the ground of projects that are happening on the ground, and that's the philosophy of the UAE. The philosophy of the UAE is not to make big announcements and then come back a year later and say, oh, what do we do now? The philosophy of the UAE is to say, let's put the projects together, let's make sure we have the partners there, let's make sure we have a clear plan, then make the announcement, then move forward. And if you go across the world, you'll see that that's what we achieved everywhere in the world, but more specifically here in France.
Well, Your Excellency, let's speak about investments. Investors, most of the time and all the time, they look into stability. They look into policy predictability, the ability to be in a safe place where they can commit for long-term investment. How does the UAE assure those aspects and confidence in such a geopolitical, situation where the stability of the region is really tested?
We're not new to conflict. The UAE is not new to conflict. Ever since the creation or the start of the country, there was conflict in the region. So we're not new to that. If you look at our maybe history over the past, let's say, just 30 years, from the 1990s and the Gulf War, and then 2008 financial crises, and then more recently the COVID, and now the conflict. One thing is common between all those events. We always come out stronger. We always utilize those events to make deep change in our economy and in our country. And this time it's no different. We have been working hard over the past few months and very focused on thinking about what are some of the things that we need to do. The question I personally get every single day is, what are the law changes that are going to happen to make business easier in the UAE? What are some of the initiatives that we'll focus on now and post this conflict? And how do we never get the negative impact that we got today from some of the things that happened? One example I'll give you is we've already identified 140 resilience projects that we are implementing today to make sure that when businesses and when people come to the UAE, they don't get negatively impacted by any event that's out of our control. Today it's a conflict, tomorrow it could be something else. And that's exactly what we're working on. Our promise to the people that come to the UAE is, you're safe, your family is safe, your business is safe, and your livelihood is safe. And then we commit to that, and we continue to commit to that. And I think the past 6 months is a testament to that. Look at the numbers. People have been safe. Look at the economy. Taking into account everything that was happening, the economy is still strong and moving forward. And look at the government. We're still investing, not just in the country, but all over the world. So for us, nothing has changed. We're not putting our head in the sand and saying, oh, everything is fine. Of course not. But what we're saying is, in times like these, the real impact or the real structure that you've built over the years get tested. And we're fine with that. And we've shown that we can withstand any conflict.
So it's a safe place to come and invest. So today, how to invest in the UAE as a French company. Today, I think here in the audience, we have so many of French companies. How to come to the UAE, how to invest in the country.
Sure. I think one thing you quickly see in France when you go to restaurants is there's always a short menu of what you can order, which is great. I love that personally. The issue is when you come to the UAE, there's a long menu of free zones and local government and partners and all that. So there's a lot of opportunity. What we do for the French as the Ministry of Investment is we shorten that menu for them. So we work with the companies to say, tell us exactly what you need. Tell us exactly how the UAE can play a role in your expansion. And we will figure it out with you. We will go through the complexity. We will find what's impactful for you and your company, and we will help you get to where you need to be very quickly. So today there are 45 free zones in the UAE. very complex to navigate. But working with the companies, we can very quickly identify the 1, 2, or 3 free zones that work for you and for your company the best. The instruction that we got from leadership is very simple. Every company that comes to the UAE needs to be successful, needs to be commercially viable, needs to grow, and needs to see the UAE as a platform for growth. And that's exactly what the ministry does today. We'd love to be your first point of contact in the UAE, but our role is to also reach to all the different players very quickly and very easily.
Exactly. So we are running a little bit of time, and I have a question, my last question to you. We see the UAE sitting in the both sides of the table. You invest heavily in Europe and mainly in France, so you are an investor coming to France, and also you are a country who is inviting French companies and European companies to come to invest in your country. So how does those two roles reinforce each other, and mainly in the business ties between the UAE and France?
We believe that FDI and ODI will go hand in hand. So our philosophy is very simple. One, we don't want to crowd out the businesses that are coming from outside into our country. So if our wealth funds, they have almost now $3 trillion of assets under management. If they only invest in the UAE, 1, there isn't enough. 2, they will crowd out everyone else, so no one would be able to make use of the great returns that you get from the UAE. So the philosophy was very simple: leave a lot of space for private sector to come in and do the work. And there is a reason behind that. One is you want to create sort of that dynamism in the economy and diversity, but also to bring in knowledge from outside. Why do we invest in Europe? For multiple reasons. One, we believe we can have impact. And I don't have enough time to share all the numbers of all the good that we've done in different countries in Europe, but we believe we can bring impact. We have great know-how today in building infrastructure, and more recently in building digital infrastructure. So there is know-how that we can share with the world today. And we believe that investment has to be, we want to be the nexus of investment. So we want the flow of capital to go through the UAE, but that means that we have to accept people investing in, and we have to invest outside.
Your Excellency, I wish I have more time to discuss further with you. Thank you very much for these insights, and hope to see you next year in Vision Golfe 2027.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And now we move to our next keynote speaker, who is a key driver of the financial innovation, shaping the policies that secure Bahrain's position as a primary global financial hub, where opportunities and to strengthen collaboration in digital finance and emerging financial technologies are in a hike. Please join me to give a warm welcome to Governor of the Central Bank of Bahrain, His Excellency Khalid Ibrahim Humaidan.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start off by thanking our host, France, for coming up with a very interesting forum where meaningful bilateral meetings can take place. In the next few minutes, I will talk about what we have in common between the Gulf and France. I want to talk about the economic situation in the Gulf, specifically Bahrain, from the lens of a central bank. And I would like to talk about what I think are amazing opportunities in financial services for French companies. What we have in common between France and the Gulf is large. I'm a Bahraini, and I spent 2/3 of my professional life working for a large French company, BNP Paribas. We share history. We both have old, rich, and proud history. We are both ambitious, and I know this, because when we speak to the best companies in the world who are looking to prioritize expansion in the Gulf, we know that when they're considering their expansion in Europe, they are talking to France. And probably the most important thing is we share common values. We believe in stability. We both believe in long-term thinking, and we prioritize and believe in long-standing partnerships. The conflict did have economic consequences, and we saw that almost immediately. A country like Bahrain, within a few hours, lost a seaport and lost an airport. And we had to work with our partners in the region where common resources were mutualized. And I think the Gulf will emerge more integrated because of this experience. We had to come up with a support package to support the businesses through the coming weeks and months, and we had set several goals when designing the package. We wanted to make sure that we maximize economic impact. We want to limit fiscal implications. We want to contain inflationary pressure, and we want to make sure that the banks are not imposed with losses. We successfully designed a program that does exactly that, and it was a deferral program for 3 months. The main difference between our program and others was we allowed the customers to decide on the deferral. It was opt-in by the customer. And we had liquidity support to the banks. We've analyzed the results of the program, and we know what extent the economy was impacted. When we compare it to what happened more recently in COVID, the current economic situation was similar to what we experienced in the first quarter of 2021. We could be very precise knowing what the impact is. The difference is this was more intense, and the good news is we were able to recover from COVID, and we are confident that we will be able to recover from these setbacks. And the recovery has already underway, and we have a lot of confidence that we'll continue to gain strength. In terms of opportunities and partnerships, I think we have a very, very good example that is recent. Aluminum Bahrain acquiring Aluminum Dunkirk. It's a partnership and an acquisition based on our strengths. France has strengths, and Bahrain has strengths, and Elba has strengths. You combine the two together, we are sure we're going to be able to unlock opportunities that hopefully have global scalability. And we think that chambers have an important role in identifying these opportunities. I'd like to talk a little bit about what I think are opportunities for collaboration in the field and the sector of financial services. Financial services is very important to Bahrain. It is our largest sector. It's the largest source of foreign direct investment in our country, and it's a very important source of high-paying jobs. We believe that sector is changing because of the digital transformation. We believe multiple fields, including payments, supervision technology, and money, are going to unlock future opportunities. Payments is clear. A country like Bahrain should excel in removing friction to everything to do with payments. We have an open economy. Financial services is large, and more than half of our population are expatriates. It makes sense that a country like Bahrain should excel in everything to do with payments. Supervision technology is where we change to more of a real-time reporting between the regulator and the licensees. And I think by adding a layer of advanced technology on top of that, we will be able to identify opportunities and risks that are undetectable to humans. And we know that money is changing. The way we interact with money, the way we think of money is changing, and borders are also changing when it comes to money. And I think Bahrain can play an important role there. We are keen to intensify our investments in that field, and we think French companies, who we know excel and are some of the most innovative in the world, have an opportunity to be part of that very interesting and exciting journey with us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for these insights. And let's kick off with our first panel for day 2 that will dive directly into how businesses can navigate fast-changing regional regulations, bridge structural complexities, and leverage expert financial advisory networks. I invite now our panelists to join us to the stage, along with our moderator for this panel, Mr. George Eid, Head of News at Al Mashhad TV and Digital Platform.
Bonjour, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm George Eid, Head of News of Al Mashhad TV and Digital Platform in Dubai. And I'm pleased to be welcoming you today to today's session, the Evolving France, GCC and Economic Partnership in a Changing Global Environment. As a matter of fact, we are stepping today into an era where regional alliances are being fundamentally drawn globally. We see economic fragmentation and shifting supply chains. Yet the economic corridor between France and the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, is experiencing an unprecedented evolution. It is transitioning away from traditional, purely transactional trade into deep, multi-sectoral institutional integration. The data, as a matter of fact, speaks for itself. According to the latest EY attractiveness research, France remains the top European destination for foreign direct investment for the 7th consecutive year. Simultaneously, the GCC's sovereign wealth funds and investment hubs are managing close to 6 trillion in assets, driving diversification under visions like UAE 2031. We are no longer now talking about oil and gas. We're talking about joint venture in artificial intelligence, low carbon energy, advanced manufacturing, defense, and cross-border financial ecosystems. But to move millions in capital, you need an entire infrastructure, advisory, ecosystems, corporate localization strategies, and robust legal frameworks. To unpack how we drive, protect, and scale this cross-border growth over the next 5 years, I'm joined by an exceptional panel of experts who sit exactly at the intersection of these two markets. Mark Lermite, Senior Partner at EY and a leading global authority on FDI and market attractiveness, and Maël Mbaye, Head of MENA, Turkey and Central Asia at BPI France, driving France's public investments and export credits into the region. Flavie Paquet, Middle East Country Manager at Altios, specializing in corporate expansion and cross-border localization strategies. And Mr. Khalifa Al-Yaqut, Managing Partner at Al-Yaqut Al-Fuzan Legal Group, guiding the legal architectures and regulatory compliances of these massive cross-border flows. So let's dive just right in. My first question is to you, Mark. Your latest latest report highlights that France is maintaining its positions as Europe's leading FDI destination with strong momentum in AI and low carbon. From the French market perspective, how are the GCC institutional investors evolving in their expectation? Are they increasingly targeting strategic French technology and industrial assets, or does their capital allocation remain concentrated in real estate and infrastructure, for example?
So many questions, George, and great questions. First, let me also say thank you to the organizers of this great conference. And I want to especially, I won't name names, but I know the names. I know how much strength and creativity it takes to organize such an event, even in a beautiful setting like this one, but in the current context. So they know who they are, and I really, really admire what they've done so far. It's a pleasure to be back at Vision Golf. I'll start also before answer your question, don't worry about that, George, I'll be short, by saying that we are a very bilateral organization. We're a global organization, you know EY, 400,000 people around the world. We're very proud of that. But bilateral because we have about 8,000 people here in France doing audit and transactions, consulting, your lawyers, your tax experts, etc. And we're very proud of that too. We have over 8,000 people in the region currently, and especially in the Gulf. We have a very strong presence in the GCC. We've moved our regional headquarters to Riyadh, but we have a very strong presence in all the countries and all the cities that the region should be very proud of as well. In that perspective, to answer your question, after 3 minutes of that introduction, but I thought it was, saying thank you and saying who we are and from where we speak is also important. I can confirm everything you said and every pitch that was done by Didier, probably Louis Marguerite, maybe a minister here and there. France is indeed, and for the 7th consecutive year, and it's no small performance, the first destination for foreign direct investment in Europe. And it's a real Champions League. It's 47 countries. And of course, we compete first and foremost with the formidable UK, with the ultra-formidable Germany. The total investments that come to 3 countries, UK, Germany, and France, is 50% of what comes to Europe. So it's no small performance to be that in that league and being able to attract more investment despite the political evolutions, the small growth in Europe. We all regret that growth was stopped with a conflict in our geography. But with innovation, the #1 consumer market in the world, with infrastructure, quality talent, as in the Gulf, we have achieved in Europe what we call resilience. And France is probably the most resilient, but also has a little bit more than that with tenacity, predictability, the willingness to long-term say, investing in France is a good choice. France is now international. France is now global. Is not going back to on promises as maybe it was the case in the past. And that has seduced Gulf country investors from many industries in Europe first, because it's about Europe before it's about France. I think it's important to talk about Europe. In the past 10 years, the number of investments from our analysis has tripled. So it shows not the discovery, but the fact that the most astute investors from the GCC have found that despite its diversity, some call it dispersion or fragmentation, Europe has charms, but also potential and opportunities that are unequal worldwide. It should have more growth. We need more growth. We need more capital. And that's probably also what companies from the Gulf bring and find here, a place where they can be daring, audacious, entrepreneurial, and bring the extra mile to our economies. In France, it has shown also, France is the #1 destination in the EU for GCC investors, by far. If I want to be honest, if you talk about the whole of Europe, the UK has still a little edge on France in terms of where companies choose to establish their hubs. Financial services is still very much focused on London, despite Paris gaining ground like no other capital and financial services place in Europe. And as you alluded in your question, because I knew your question before, George, so I kind of prepared for it, the landscape of investment has changed tremendously. I wouldn't say it has shifted from A to B. It has added to the foundational investment in hospitality, real estate, luxury, logistics, infrastructure, a new range of great entrepreneurial adventures with security. So adventure with security is everything a businessman should like. That's what we love at EY, adventure with security. New motto for EY, don't tell anyone that I created that this morning. And it's now in AI and digital infrastructure. The big story of the past few years, you know the names, and I don't want to name names and not name other names. So great steps forward to invest in data centers in particular. But AI is not only about data centers. Actually, when you look at the number of core AI investments that have taken place in Europe, about 350 to 400 last year. So it's deployment of AI by the Anthropics, the Mistrals, the OpenAI, etc. It's companies like ourselves, like yourselves, deploying, activating AI, agentic in their organization. And it's also infrastructure that we need tremendously to be more autonomous, more independent, more sovereign, more innovative. So it's that. It's also software. I think it's interesting to see that we move from investment in, let's say, foundational, structural, infrastructural investment to what shows talent, what brings talent, and also, let's say, venture capital, fast growth capital in the region. It's also in financial services. I heard the governor of Bahrain and his long history and legacy with BNP Paribas. That is also very bilateral. So financial services and the fintechs, green tech in France and in Paris also attracts a lot of capital and talent. It's not only about money, it's also about people on the ground doing deals, working with entrepreneurs, and we'll probably hear about that. And finally, George, and I'll stop there because I see the clock ticking, low carbon energy. So if you take the span of what France has done well the past few years, and especially in 2025, it's about AI, it's about defense, probably a promise for the future where more investment can come from GCC countries and from other regions in the world that are not too US-centric, if you follow me. So the third big pillar of growth is low carbon energy. France has an incredible asset with its nuclear infrastructure. 70% of the production of electricity and energy is nuclear. That's a great competitive advantage currently, but it's still catching up on renewables that are not nuclear. And low carbon energy in wind, solar is still a huge opportunity. We have teams working on the ground, doing deals, transactions, but also setting up companies, maintenance for that. And that is the third pillar of growth that I think, and performance and actual investment that we've seen, and we've seen recently at Choose France 2 weeks ago. George.
Thank you, Mark, for paving the way for an interesting discussion. Madame V.I.E, I would like to ask you, from BPI, France plays a critical role as a catalyst, bridging French innovation with international markets. BPI has always favored co-investment and co-development, and it's not only about pushing French mid-caps and SMEs to export to the Gulf, it's also inviting Gulf ecosystems to partner with French tech. How is BPI France actively working these bilateral ventures, and how are you positioning the French domestic market to attract partners or strategic partners from the GCC?
Thank you, George, for the question. And first of all, thank you to also Business France for the invitation and for the success of this new Vision Golf edition. Going back to your question, maybe let me first start with why co-investment, rather than simply attracting FDIs, really sits at the center of what we do. As you said, BPI France is the French sovereign fund. And our conviction is that capital alone doesn't help building long-term relationship, but aligned incentives actually do. So when a Gulf institution invests alongside us in the same vehicle and their shared governance, it is actually the interest of both sides that are aligned by construction. That means that we win together or we lose together. And the fact that by co-investing we also share the same risk really matters, especially as Marc was saying, for long cycle assets that we really care about, such as deep tech, AI, green transition, that rarely pay off in 3 years. So by co-investing, actually we managed to build a relationship that outlasts any single deal. And so we have built this approach now in the region for over a decade. We have the Future French Champions funds with the Qatar Investment Authority since 2014. We have the co-investment platform with Mubadala of over 5 billion euros now. And Mubadala is also backing the Lac d'Argent Fund to support listed French companies. We have also initiatives in Kuwait, initiatives in Saudi Arabia. In 2024, we even signed a financing partnership with between the PIF and BPI France ECA of around $10 billion. So that said, that the model is spreading across the region and is actually working. And so going back to your point, why do we also believe that such approach can really foster win-win situation? Well, first of all, on the French side, the capital helps to support mid-caps and champions that really need to scale up nowadays, especially looking at the market, and to access new global targets for their international growth. But I believe that the value also flows on both ways, meaning that the Gulf funds are not passive shareholders that just collect a coupon, you know. I believe that by co-investing, they gain, first of all, a co-ownership of the French technology, of the industrial know-how. They also gain an anchor into the European market, as Marc was saying. And they also find a way to support a transfer of industrial and expertise that feeds with their diversification strategy when you look at the fintech, green tech, or industrial, basis strategy that a lot of Gulf countries have. So I believe that by co-investing nowadays, it is obviously critical because we help French champions of tomorrow to scale and build their strategy. But in a way, we also contribute to support the Gulf ecosystem of tomorrow. And this is why the France 2030 vision really aligns, I believe, with also the different Gulf's national visions quite naturally and complementary.
I would like to move my next question to Mr. Khalifa. Khalifa, navigating the legal realities of cross-border investments can be challenging with the GCC's fast-evolving regulatory frameworks. What is the biggest legal misconception, if we can call it, French firms have when structuring, let's say, joint ventures or entities here? And how do you advise them to balance competitiveness with compliance on the other part?
First of all, I would like to thank the business here for their effort for doing this conference. I think it was really, really hard for doing it during the war and everything that's happened, conflict with the region. It was a very big challenge, so thank you to everyone, to all the team. And I'm glad and it's really a pleasure to be here again. This is my third time for being as a speaker talking about GCC and French businesses and trying to build the bridges between those countries. And I think today we cannot talk about any opportunities because all the GCC, I think you can see a lot of foreign companies, they are already exist and working and they are growing and doing great in GCC. But still, we need to explain what the foreign investors or the French investors need to understand and what to do in GCC. Let's say Kuwait, Qatar, all the GCC countries. I just came from Milano. We are celebrating a very good deal for my friend. He's Italian. He said, okay, Khalifa, I just get a very good contract with $250 million. So what's your advice? I said, please don't come back to Milano with a big loss. I think today it's the relation and business doesn't start with the deal. It's a start to understand the infrastructure, the local rules, and to understand people and to build a good relation. Because in GCC, if you want to succeed and you want to make a profit business, you need to understand the local rules, and you need to find a lawyer who can customize and design the deal for you. Because our job is not to review the documents, to guide you to the right way, how to make your business successful. So a lot of things that the foreign investors need to understand, because you cannot go to the market and you say, okay, now I signed this deal, so I'm making money. No, you can see the numbers. Around 21 billion, as a report I saw it in Business of France, 21 billion investment from French in GCC. But how many companies they are coming back to the European countries and they are losing a lot of money? And as a lawyer, I see a lot of companies, they are losing a lot of money because they want to just to invest in GCC. The opportunity is there, but you need to understand how to make this business more successful. I think this is the most misunderstanding from the foreign companies when they want to just go to enter to the GCC market. They need to find the right people to guide them to make their business more successful.
Building on that, what would you say 5 or 6 major things that you advise them to do in general in order to be successful in their investment and not to come back, as you mentioned, like your friend to Milano, having losses?
It's not about not positive way. We are just like kidding, but yeah. And in the end, to get deals like this, it's hard. It's not easy. But I think there is always opportunity to negotiate, to have a very good exit plan. You need to put a good solution if there is any dispute happening, because in the end, we have the ADR, alternative dispute resolution. It's always a very good idea to find the best way to make your work easier, flexible, and there is sometimes you can just say like, okay, we can find a local partner, we can find a very good laws, we can find a very good company to work with, but in the end, you don't understand the system. And you choose the very wrong sector to work in. And I think one of the biggest problems for the foreign investors, if they want to copy their system or company's body and want to do it the same, copy-paste in GCC. This is the biggest mistake what they are doing, some of the foreign investors.
Very, very important what you mentioned, localizing your company, because when you move to the GCC, you walk in Rome as the Romans do, they say. So when you go and start a company in the GCC, what would be the best way to be induced into the system? Shall it be building up through month of work, or does it need an immediate expansion? What would you say is the most important?
It's the compliance and to understand, to make legal structure, and the structure for your company is very important to not be failed in GCC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khalifa. To Flavie Paquet, I would like, I know that you manage the practical realities of companies actually planting their flags in the Middle East, while major corporate groups have dedicated teams, mid-sized and emerging French enterprises face significant operational frictions. What are the key elements of a successful localization strategy in the GCC today, and how vital is the local advisory ecosystem in shortening their time to market?
Thank you very much, George. Thank you to all of you all around today. Thank you for Business France for organizing this incredible event. The question is very long, but I will answer in 4 steps. Bear with me, I will be clear and very complimentary to what my colleagues just said before. So step 1 is choose your market entry structure. So there is thousands of ways to enter the GCC markets. You can go through a very light structure. You can just send one collaborator abroad. You can create a legal entity. And there's many ways to do that. And thanks to Khalifa, you will be supported also. But what's important also is, yes, build your market entry structure, but go beyond the legal entity reflection and localize also your value proposition, and that's really important whenever you're entering the GCC market. Work on your commercial approach and try to bring as much as you can your expertise with melting it with the requirements of the GCC markets, which are very complementary and additional. Then when you have your strategy, you need to work also on how to build it properly. How to build it properly, we are humans, so people are key in our companies and corporations. So bring on the right people, and to do that, remember that we are working in a very international environment, very multicultural environment in GCC. I live in the UAE, we have 200 nationalities as residents only, so you need to know how to make business with very different nationalities and live along together. So whenever you're bringing on your team and you want to localize your expertise in GCC, you need to do a mix of local market insights from local people, and you need also to bring international expertise to make sure there is a good communication between your headquarters in France and the GCC entities. But one key element also, whenever I'm talking about people, is also to prepare the national workforce requirements that are getting stronger in the GCC, meaning Saudization and Emiratization. You need to prepare that way in advance whenever you are entering these markets. You have a lot of national talents now, and you need to work on how to get them on board, how to integrate them, and how can they be a real added value to your company to be properly localized. Then, when you have that, step by step, I'm entering step 3. Still bear with me, please. You have to work on the relationships, because we live and we work in the GCC. Relationship is key. The best way to do business in this region is to create trust. Create trust with your clients, create trust with your partners, create trust with the regulators, entities, and the government entities, and connect with all the industry stakeholders. Without that, we will not be able to do proper business and localization on a long-lasting term in this region. And lastly, use us. Use our advisory ecosystem. I mean, you have a good panel today. We have local expertise, and we will help you to avoid risk of execution. We will make you gain time also in this sometimes, I don't want to say difficult market, but sometimes it's a bit challenging, very fast evolving. So it can be hard to follow for foreign companies whenever entering the GCC. What are the regulations in place? What are the compliance to follow? What are the banking options? So yes, use us as much as possible.
Well, you've talked about trust. Thank you for your insights. I want to follow up with you on something we are seeing a unique dynamic where the GCC today isn't just a market. Actually, it's a launchpad of highly sophisticated, interconnected economic hubs, with Dubai, for example, as a global financial anchor, and other markets expanding rapidly. Instead of viewing these hubs, let's say, in isolation, how should French enterprise leaders leverage this regional synergy to scale their operation across the Middle East?
What's really important is to see whenever you're entering the region, whatever the country you're entering in the GCC, take it as a hub. It will you have a whole region to work on and very interesting business to do. But if you want to go further in this regional structuration and localization, you also need to implement more local investments in the GCC countries. Meaning, and my colleagues talked a little bit about it before, starts manufacturing, starts R&D center, create really added value locally to then expand regionally and even more to Asia or Africa.
Thank you, Flavie. I would like to go back to a final round of questions, and if we can expand more. Mark, which single sector, in your opinion, will see the fastest growth in the bilateral investments over the next 5 years, and why?
Oh, there's so many. I think I mentioned, I'd say technology at large with the power of AI and all its developments, because I think there is commonality between the purpose of the GCC and its diversification, its investment in education, infrastructure, capital to fund this technology pillar, which is, across all industries, but as such, a very important pillar of the economy of the region. But it is, as I said, definitely one of the main targets, goals, strategic objectives of France. So I'd say we're currently, and probably some of you will have the chance to do that, but currently there's this big event 5 kilometers from here, V.I.E, and if you can do like little step without leaving the room right now. I don't want to do that. Axel will hate me for that. But it's a showcase, not only of what France is about in terms of technology, but all of Europe. So I want to say the power of AI with more power in Europe, because I think among all the opportunities and some of the problems we have, a lot of that has to come and will be solved by more simplification, more let's say harmonization, more visibility of Europe. I'd say probably next to that, aerospace, defense, and advanced manufacturing are maybe the third layer of what I said adds to the foundational, the next and very recent developments. 40% of GCC investment in France has happened in the past 3 years. So there's a huge acceleration with what I call the next wave of tech and infrastructure development. And I think the acceleration will not stop. We're not in the investment advisory business. We're not a bank. We're independent. I lead a global organization, a global team in a global organization, so I need to be neutral. But if you want a secret that will not leave this room, I think the safe bet for the next 10 years is definitely Europe, and most definitely France, and probably in the wide range of advanced manufacturing, where we're currently at a point, and BPI knows that very well because they're so involved in that, is currently, let's say, in structural or transitional crisis or difficulties, from chemicals to automotive, mobility, but it is now a huge area of reinvestment, innovation, to go at scale and invent what will be important in this 500 million consumer market in the next 10 to 20 years. And I think the good bet for long-term, sound, robust investors with the right contacts here or there, but I would prefer here, is advanced manufacturing across, again, all range. So underground and in space, because, SpaceX is somewhere, but Space France is also here. And, you probably need to look at it for great, sound, and very profitable investment.
I would like to follow up very quickly on what we've talked about, the opportunities. What is the macroeconomic risk, and let's say opportunity as well, this partnership has to navigate, when you talk about partnership between GCC and France?
Talking about the French and European situation, yes. So the landscape?
Yes.
I think, currently none of the large European countries has, let's say, in its best form and shape in terms of macroeconomics, with different variations of KPIs and indicators. So probably, I'd say, Brexit has really harmed the manufacturing foundation of the UK, but made the UK reconcentrate and focus on again, tech hubs, headquarters, and financial services. But it is a vulnerability. So I take it country by country, rather than talk about Europe. Germany currently has a growth crisis. I still would bet on Germany, 40% larger than any other the European other economies, but a doubt on what the next model is. And France, despite the huge efforts of this particular administration, we're in the heart of it, and Paul Teboul is one of the great artisans of that foundations and fundamentals, debts and deficits, so cutting public spending, being more efficient, bringing technology to be more efficient. It means that whoever wants to bet in the future has also to say very clearly that they are very, very cautious and paying very much attention on how public and private stakeholders want to solve together the deficit and debt that are the two problems, let's say, current problems of France. Not unsolvable, but currently pretty heavy on our minds. But there are solutions. And I think private business and foreign investors in particular have a role to play to say, we love France and we would love it even more. We would invest more if our tax pressure was a little bit lower, if you could give us a little bit more visibility on, let's say, the 3% deficit rate, which is the standard rate that we should aim at, and reducing debt, which is going to happen along the years by reducing or being more efficient in the way we provide services. Great public services, but probably a lot to do to modernize and reinvent it.
Thank you, Mark. Maëlle, what is the biggest catalyst needed to double the number of joint co-financed industrial and tech projects between France and the Gulf over the next 5 years?
Thank you, George. Maybe first, let me be precise about where the constraint, the binding constraint actually is. Because I think we talk a lot about it, and the constraint is not capital, for sure. We have Gulf funds that manage between $5 to $6 trillion in the region. As we said earlier, you have co-investment channels upstream that already exist. So the constraint is probably mostly downstream. When you look at a joint project today, it has to be financed on a one contract basis every time, meaning one French company, one Gulf company, one package, re-underwritten every time. And I believe that that friction is what caps the number of joint projects nowadays. And it also excludes SMEs and mid-caps whose contracts are individually too small to justify any structured financing. So the catalyst is how to change the unit of financing. And this is where I believe that our new facility called Shopping Line can actually play a real leverage. We initiated the Shopping Line facility in 2024 now in Saudi Arabia, and we have been able to extend it in other countries. And the idea is quite simple. You have one buyer that will set up a credit line that bundles several contracts with French companies. And BPI France Assurance Export, the ECA part of BPI France, is guaranteeing the lending bank and the companies against non-payment. And you have no size cap, and you can even refinance existing flows, so not only new contracts. And why I believe that this can actually double the number of projects rather than just enlarge deals is because such facility can actually remove the per project transaction cost. Because once a Gulf buyer holds a standing and de-risk line, well, adding new potential French suppliers and projects is kind of incremental because you don't have to start from zero, to negotiate your contract. So if I have to name, I think one catalyst is how to industrialize the financing. You co-invest in the project upstream, and then you use this shopping line to finance French suppliers downstream. And I believe that this is how you can actually double the number of projects rather than having some flagship deals that are good, obviously, for the region and for French companies, but that doesn't manage to provide a long-term and repeat process to support industrial projects that Mark was addressing before.
Thank you very much, Mael. Khalifa, what regulatory or local harmonization do you hope to see achieved to make cross-border deals smoother in the future?
I don't think the investors, they are looking for, they're expecting a very, let's say, a very easy market when they want to enter to the GCC market. But they want to understand more, and they want easier system, easier law, clarity, more confidence. I think let's say UAE, they developed their laws, they developed their system, they have more than option for the foreign investors, okay? So they have the common law, they have the IFC, they have different type of also jurisdiction, depends what client need or what the investors needed. Let's say when we go to Doha, also they have the international court. And now in Saudi and Bahrain, they have also their own commercial court. In Kuwait, we are developing our system. It's a new system we have, new laws we have. Soon we will have our new arbitration law. I think this is a good option and solution for all the investors to give them more trust and more stability for them. Because in arbitration, you can apply any law you want. Depends the party agreement, both parties. So I think Kuwait, they are developing their system. They are making it more easier, more flexible. Last week, we saw the new decision that they are offering the golden visa for the foreign investors. I think today we are understanding what the foreign investors need, but we need also to allow them to have a very good infrastructure and to show them what we can do together, because any deal, it's about a trust and it's about relationship. So from the foreign investor side, they need to understand the culture. From the governmental side, from the Kuwait government, they need to allow the foreign investors to have more flexibility so we can win together. Everything is about partnership.
Very much, Khalifa. Flavie, what is your number one piece of advice for French business leaders looking at the GCC market today and in the next 5 years?
So it will be very simple. Do not approach the GCC from a distance. Localize your products and your strategy. But also from the experience we have through our clients, and the French clients successful in the GCC is the clients that have been entering, yes, step by step and processing their strategy and implement it properly, but also that are bringing co-investment with the GCC counterparts. And we do notice the key sectors or more on the processing, manufacturing, and industrialization. These are the successful French companies in the GCC that will progress more rapidly within the next 5 years.
I think the current situation that we went through will delay some of the projects, or will it find its way in different or smaller size investments, perhaps?
It might delay a bit, but it will be a question of months, not years. So that's nothing on the scale of the proper international development on a company. And I mean, French companies are resilient. The GCC is very resilient as well. So I'm not worried about the timeline.
That I must agree with. Resilience has been shown at the top level during the last few months. Anyway, a clear takeaway from today's discussion is the opportunity is there, the door is open. The relationship between France and the GCC has evolved from a traditional trade partnership into a deeply strategic institutional ecosystem. That said, I want to thank you for your exceptional panel and insights and the info you shared with us. And I want to wish everyone a beautiful rest of the 4th edition of Vision Golfe. Thank you very much.
you very much for all panelists for these insights. And now we shift our focus from financial frameworks to the physical pathway driving our economies, global logistic infrastructure, and food distribution. Our next keynote speaker leads Samaris, the management company behind Paris Rungis International Market, the largest wholesale fresh produce market in Europe. Please join me to welcome Monsieur Bertrand Lamboise, the International Director of Samaris Rungis.
Thank you, Daline. I'm Bertrand Ambroise, International Director of Samaris, managing company of Rungis International Markets. Real pleasure for me to be here, speaking about our markets, iconic markets, an institution in France and a reference in the world. But we are not here to speak about France. We are here to speak about the partnership we are establishing with the regional food hub. First of all, I want to thank you, the organization, Business France, Axel especially, and the team for bringing us together. I also want to thank you, my dear partner. We are working closely together for now 5 years. So Samaris has been supporting Abu Dhabi Food Hub since 2022, bringing our expertise and experience to the success of the project. By our partnership with Abu Dhabi Food Hub, it's more at the end than a partnership. It is a vision. We are sharing vision. We are sharing ambition. We are sharing objective. It is a shared conviction as food infrastructure is not about building and logistics. It is about connecting people. It is about connecting consumer. It is about connecting clients and connecting producers and buyers, connecting supply and demand, and connecting local excellence. And we offer local excellence in Rungis with international markets, because I trust in globalization, and I trust in the implementation of new generation of food logistic infrastructure. So the Emirates and GCC are among the most dynamic food markets in the world, and at the same, France is recognized worldwide for the quality, diversity, and excellence of its food production. And Rungis market is our best flagship. It is the reference of the French food, the reference of gastronomy. So the idea behind bringing Rungis to Abu Dhabi is very simple. It is to create a bridge between Rungis and Abu Dhabi, a bridge between French and European producers, a bridge between the expertise of Rungis and the ambition we share with regional food hub, and a bridge that helps bring quality products, trusted supply chain, and new business opportunities closer to the market, from farm to fork. So we are in a good way. I'm sure we are in a good way, gents. And this momentum will be a great moment to accelerate the developments we are conducting together. So let's make it happen in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertrand, for your notes. And we stay on the same exact topic and theme, the regional supply chain resilience. Our next keynote speaker leads a game-changing project right at the heart of the Gulf logistics network. Please join me to welcome the CEO of Abu Dhabi Food Hub, Mr. James Michel.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome, and for joining us today here at the MOU signing between Samaras and Abu Dhabi Food Hub. I also like to welcome the industry leaders, the policymakers, as well as partners in this room today. Today we celebrate another milestone between Samaras and Abu Dhabi Food Hub. That is another pinnacle between our long-standing partnership that started over 5 years ago. I would like to thank Samaras and the team around Stefan Layani for the support, the ongoing commitment, and the strong partnership that has been formed over the years. At Abu Dhabi Food Hub, our ambition is to build a next-level food trade ecosystem. Not just another warehouse, not just another logistics center, but an ecosystem that will help and strengthen food supply chains, reduce the fragmentation in the systems, and enable food security. With that, we have partnered with Samaras, a world leader in food trade and food trade facilitation. We want to learn from the best, and Samaras has built a world-renowned reputation over the years as a true industry leader, as a process leader, as an ESG leader. These are the elements that we will adopt, and we will translate into the local context of the UAE and the GCC region. The agreement today is not just another signature. It's not just another agreement. It's actually a substantial path forward to strengthening the trade relationships between France and the UAE in a product segment that has become more and more vital over the years. As regions evolve, as economies evolve, food is the one that keeps economies moving. The strength of France as a country in agricultural produce, as well as in the culinary art, is outstanding and world-renowned. We will bring these expertise, we will bring that produce to the region, make it accessible in less fragmented environments that will enable customers and consumers to get a broader access to this product at more predictable pricing, more predictable availability, and therefore reducing the risks and the wastages that are currently exist around supply chains. What's next? It's about development. It's about execution. There, I can tell you, we will be opening the phase 1 of our wholesale market by the end of this year, which is a pivotal step in Abu Dhabi's story, driving and leading the regional food security. Through the opening of the Abu Dhabi Food Hub, we will not just be a trade hub for the UAE, we will be a connector between Europe, the GCC, Africa, and South Asia in itself. I'm very much looking forward to continue to deepen our partnership with France, with Samaras, with the traders, the importers, exporters, that are all part of the value chain, delivering fresh produce at quality to the markets in the world, and specifically to the GCC region. And I would like to invite you to keep your eyes and ears open for what's coming next with our Abu Dhabi Food Hub. And when you have the opportunity to visit Abu Dhabi, please come, visit us, and see what we are creating there. It is something that will truly shift the needle when it comes to food security, food availability, and accessibility in the region. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your partnership at Samaras. I'm looking forward to what's next. Thank you.
the signature of the MOU. And we will expand on the theme right now with the panel dedicated to agri-supply resilience and agricultural technology. The session looks at how France and the GCC partnership can shield our food network from global and climate disruptions. Let's find out how we can keep our plates full and our ecosystem secure. Please join me to welcome our panelists to the stage with our moderator, Mr. Raffaele Tarapasso, Senior Advisor at the OECD.
Bonjour. Merci beaucoup. C'est moi qui appelle les panélistes. Oui. OK, alors j'appelle, I call Dr. Salman Arshoudi from CEO of Gulf Union to come to the stage. Mr. Hassan Alawi, which is a group CEO of Elite Agro Holding. Thank you. Jens Michel, the CEO of Abu Dhabi Food Hub. Thank you, Jens. And Mustafa Baham, the founder of France Originelle. Ah, fantastic. Thank you. Was not. We should have planned that. We brought bread for. So thank you very much, Raffaele Trapasso. We have a timer here. I will try to speed up and to keep up with the agenda. I'm here basically for two reasons. Because I have worked on food security 12 years ago, and because I'm now work at the MENA OECD Competitiveness Program, and it is an instrument through which the OECD is facilitating the relationship between MENA countries and OECD, and in particular GCC and Gulf country. And this is important because the OECD produces statistics, harmonized regulation, but above all creates a common culture about public policies. So the aim is that in some years it will be easier to connect GCC and OECD countries because policies are harmonized statistics and, as I said, a common culture. I'm very happy to be here. We were joking about this event being the World Cup of business dialogues, so and it's great to be here. Also, very good panel. Thank you to the organizer because we have a complete vision of the value chains of food security and food production. So we can discuss food security through different perspectives in value chains. Okay, so this will be a beautiful opportunity. Dr. Salman. I would start with you. The aim is to have a first round of questions and then some comments. You are all very, very expert champions of your respective business. I will start with you, giving you the opportunity to present Gulf Union. What is your strategy vis-à-vis food security and sustainability, and tell us how you handle these issues in KSA. Thank you, Salman.
Thank you very much for your introduction. I would like first to thank France Business France for their invitation. It is really a good to have this kind of these people who's really will make more effort and more in a connection in all subjects, one of them the supply chain. As a Gulf Union, we are as a part or apart from the supply chain, which is started from the agriculture going to the end of the users, which is the packaging, which is a kind of all food factories. We are a kind of food factory which have the same supply chain, but the end is different from company to the others. Really, I mean, this time it was really a right time to discuss such thing like that, which is a supply chain, which is the very important part from the life of the people or of the countries or of the community total. Especially after the crisis happened last 2 or 3 months, which is really affecting a little bit supply chain. And this is giving us to focus really in this kind of things, because, I mean, you don't need to be under the mercy of the accident which has happened in the world day or after day. You have to make your system that this kind of problem will not affecting you. Gulf Union is planning to be a hub of the co-backing for the others. We plan to be co-backing for many companies, either in Saudi Arabia or in outside, which is, I mean, which in foreigner company look like European company, American company. This will help to minimize the risk. We don't need, I mean, the supply chain came after the risk or in the look like and the safety or in the jump when there is a problem. We need it to be beside the end users direct. Then when anything happened, it will not be affecting a lot. In Saudi Arabia, in last time when the crisis happened, as other Gulf country, really, we don't feel there is a huge accident happened, because the good arrangement from the government and from the private sector. Thanks to God that Red Sea not affected by the crisis. Otherwise, you will be something unbelievable. Gulf Union trying their best now to be part from their business to co-back for the others. And the ministry, I believe, our Ministry of Industrial, thinking about this kind of business, which is making it better for the two parts. I remember a story happened last 22 years. I was visiting Austria that time. I visit Mr. Rauch, which is a well-known name in the juice. He's the founder of Rauch Juice. And I told him, ask him, Mr. Rauch, where are you now? I mean, when I am youngest, I saw your product in every place in Saudi Arabia. Where are you now? We don't see you. He said, there is 2 reasons. I said, what this is? He said, first one, you, because you come and you make your factory and you're taking my market. Second one is the transportation and the cost of the transportation. And that's why I encourage all the factories in Europe, in France, in every place, this is not just traditional way of business. It should be beside the client. You should be coming to the country. Yesterday, there was a word from a minister talking about Indian Oceans. He said there is 1.2 million in India, 1.2 billion in India, and 1.2 billion in Africa. And the Gulf, it is in the middle. We use Gulf as a hub of manufacturing, as a hub of supply chain. It will be really helping. And there is, in all the Gulf area, it is an environment of investing and energy. All these things can really help and can really making a good business, not just for the area, but for the others. That's what I believe.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. It's very relevant also because this discussion about the Gulf as a hub is very true in the sense there is a IMEC, the Indo-Mediterranean corridor now that is in the phase of designing, and this will be important. But 2 key words from you, de-risking and resilience. This is something that I wrote. Hassan, turning to you about Elite Agro Holding. You operate in the agro-food. You have production in V.I.E., but also production internationally. So you are an international actor of food security and sustainability.
That's what we seek to be or aim to be.
I think it's okay.
So Elite Agro Holding was established 2010. It was part of the food security ecosystem of the UAE. If you all remember, 2010 was the first time there was a disruption in the wheat supply globally, and Elite Agro was established to that purpose. We operate today the biggest farms, biggest commercial farms in the UAE. Since then, we developed, we grew. We are till today, the biggest single commercial producers of fresh produce in the UAE, and because we started in one of the harshest environments in the world, we were able to grow and expand from there globally. Today, we operate farms in Morocco, Serbia, Mauritania, and Ethiopia. We are an integral part of the food security ecosystem of the country, along with, of course, the food hub, Giza, the supply chain, and I believe that UAE proves and shown a magnificent story of resilience in that aspect, in the food security aspect. We just came out from 2 crises. People forget that 6 years ago we had the COVID, and it's unfortunate that we had to go through another crisis to remember the importance and the significance of keeping the priority of our food systems in place, untouched, because 66 weeks ago we had another crisis. Luckily, through the food security strategy that was implemented and put in place in the UAE, we were able to overcome it. We played our role in bridging the gap. So we are not, when we talk about food security, we really, in the Gulf countries, should not aim at producing all our food. Today, even China does not produce all this food. But what we need to produce is produce enough, have sufficient, sustainable, commercially viable production, so that once supply chains disruptions happen, as we've seen now and we've seen 6 years ago, we're able to jump in, bridge the gap, and not let the consumers feel affected by whatever is happening globally. Geopolitics are always evolving, unfortunately. Supply chains are always getting disruptions, whether it's to politics or economic reason. And it's unfortunate that we are seeing an increased weaponizing of food, which is something unfortunate for humanity as a whole, but in particular to areas where we do not have sufficient production to feed ourselves. This is our role, that's where we aim to be, and we aim to grow this experience. Part of our mandate is investing globally in different countries, and when we do that, we are indirectly contributing to the food securities of the countries we are investing in. So when we are going into Africa and investing in the production of wheat or rice, or any commodity, we are helping that country to fix its financial deficit, because till today, unfortunately, in Africa, most of the deficit is caused by the bills that they have to pay in foreign currency to import food. So once you start importing food there, then they will have to rely less on their imports, and it will fix their fiscal balances.
Thank you very much. And I have a point about that we had already discussed bilaterally, in the sense that the UAE is a relatively small country in terms of scale, but activities and policy reverberates internationally. We had the discussion with Minister Al-Marri, Minister of Economy and Tourism, and he was explaining to us how the renewable energy policy was not only to reduce carbon footprint internally, but to reduce at the scale where the investment can be deployed. So it's basically a similar model in which you are not only developing food resilience in UAE, but you are helping internationally to generate
I think the Crown Prince summed it up in a very nice way when he said, we definitely punch above our weight. So I will take the liberty of talking on behalf of the UAE and say, yes, we definitely punch above our weight.
Thank you. We'll go back to punching above the weight. Jens, thank you very much. And again, congratulations for the signature of the agreement. I think that this explains very well the role, the ambitions of the Abu Dhabi Food Hub as a logistical infrastructure. The point that, again, we discussed that is in part your business and in part the social responsibility part of your business. So I would like to, ask you as a seasoned CEO, what is that you see as your role with sustainability and your role in the different networks and communities in which you have operated?
Thank you. Let me quickly connect to what Hassan said. And that's about the UAE and the policies of the UAE, which are forward-thinking, always. And this forward-thinking identifies opportunities to be ahead of the curve, to create resilience ahead of the time from where it's needed. And we have seen this in the recent situation. We have seen this during COVID on how the UAE managed and acted through the COVID period. And the same methodology, the same thinking applies when we are thinking about food security. Food security is not just an element anymore where we are thinking about how much food can we store in case we need it. It is actually about how much food can we provide as access to the population, not just in the UAE, actually to the wider GCC region in that sense, that complements what we'll be able to grow in the country, which has got its limitations due to the climate, but innovators in the agri-sector, just like EAG, are working hard in developing the capabilities. And we, as an aggregator, as an innovator when it comes to food trade, food ecosystems, we will complement and supplement that, and we will converge on this trade of local production as well as imported goods, which remain important to the UAE and its food ecosystem. The Abu Dhabi Food Hub, as I mentioned briefly before, it's not just a logistics cluster. We are not just building warehouses. We build an entire ecosystem. And we will leverage the strength of our key shareholder, which is Abu Dhabi Ports, which has strong capabilities in maritime, road logistics, as well as global connectivity. The success of building ecosystems like that is removing friction, is removing the fragmentation that is currently existing globally when it comes to almost any trade. But food in particular is exposed to this fragmentation that leads to inefficiencies. Inefficiencies lead inherently to either higher costs when it comes to the value chain, disadvantages when it comes to accessibility, availability, and pricing, and in a worst-case scenario, to waste. And that then takes us later on to the sustainability aspect. Building seamless ecosystem is not something that comes natural, because it's the convergence of hardware, which is state-of-the-art warehousing infrastructure, the connectivity of other infrastructure that is mobile, whether it's vessels or trucks or airplanes, but actually bring this together with the new age digital environment that we are all living in, and replicating the physical infrastructure with the digital infrastructure, so your trade becomes firstly more transparent, it becomes more seamless, it reduces the friction/fragmentation because you have a lot more predictability and visibility from, as our partner at Samara said, from farm to fork. That visibility, that predictability, and the elimination of this trade friction will result in less food wastage, which inherently increases the availability of food, decreases the cost of food, and decreases subsequently also the environmental impact that is used to carry food across the world that is not worth to anyone. The UAE itself, over the years, has become an outstanding trade hub and a trade corridor for global trade, from the Western markets, including Europe, specifically also France, into the Middle Eastern region, into the subcontinent and Africa. Based on that platform, we will activate and we will engage the connectivity to build firm trade corridors. And France, for us, is one of those paramount sources simply given the experience, the expertise, the standards are already so high when it comes to the produce that we can learn a lot from it. We want to carry that quality forward to the markets because it increases the life of quality, it increases living standards, increases and decreases the cost overall. We will open, as I said, by the end of the year, and it's just going to be, this opening is just going to be the starting point of something I believe is pivotal on how food will flow through the region. And we are here, me and my colleague, who is also sitting here in the third row, we are here as a team from Abu Dhabi Food Hub on behalf of Abu Dhabi Ports to make that difference, to increase the quality of life, increase the resilience for the inhabitants of the UAE and the GCC region, and create that food security element that, as we have seen, is paramount to the survival of our region.
Thank you, Jens. Very important. And I think that the key word here is ecosystem and filling the gaps, in the sense that this is something important. And I think that in the end is one of the key messages that is emerging from these first three questions, in the sense that when I worked, as I said, more than a decade ago on food security, it was mostly with FAO and UNDP, and the discussion was very focusing on SDGs, the framework of sustainability. But now it's beautiful to see that we can discuss the same framework with business. So business has now integrated this concept of sustainability and is connecting it to competitiveness and to business ecosystems. And I think that it's very effective. Now, the point will be how to have a feedback from this experience on the frontier of business and competitiveness to international policy making. And I think that, that is something, an effort like this done by Business France is important also for this reason. And the point about, you discussed the French food culture, that is the second best in the world. I'm joking. But no, and Mustafa, you are a champion of this French food culture in terms of products, processes, and people. And you told me something when we briefed that there is no B2C, B2B, but there is H to H. So please, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your invitation and for being part of this panel. I will try to be very concrete and to bring experience from the ground. Yes, basically I think that, no, I'm sure that, more than in B2B or B2C, there is H to H. And, everybody speaks about AI or all these aspects, but definitely I think that if you want to make business, you have to connect with people. And this is what I've tried to do for now over a decade with France Originelle. As I said last year, because I had the chance to be here as well, my activity is to be a bridge between French companies and many GCC customers. For a couple of items, I'm contacted by French companies telling me, Mustafa, we think that we have a good product, a good range of product that can be of interest for UAE or case, or Kuwait or whatever, and can you help us on different aspects? Because having a good product is one thing, having it suitable to local market is another thing. And I often say that my business, before being commercial or marketing or whatever, this is the 3 L's: logistics, legislation, and language. And if we don't master these items really properly, there is no need for us to go forward and to try to bring the products to the targeted country. And Rafael, you asked me to speak about 2 things: innovation and sustainability. And I want to be very concrete of some things we've done in the recent past. I have brought a couple of products because it's always easy for me to speak about things showing what we did. For instance, in terms of innovation, we have generally 2 aspects. The first one is to try to adapt the French products to the local palate. For instance, we have a range of macarons that we have adapted. A couple of flavors we have adapted to the local markets for UAE and for Saudi. We designed a za'atar macaron. And we are now in contact with an airline trying to design some specific flavors with Arabic coffee, lavender, and rose. And we hope that we will resume after what happened this last month to move forward. And this is one part of the activity. And the second, for instance, is to be able to, in terms of innovation, to meet local requirements. For instance, this range of cold cut is very similar to what we can have in France based on pork. But this is authentic French saucisson made with halal beef. It took us a couple of years to reach this consistency, this flavor, to try to have it as close as the original flavor, but having it with beef, of course, and halal certified. And in terms of innovation, we try to bring, these aspects from France to our local partners and to try to bring the best of France, but bringing a touch of innovation whenever needed. And also in terms of innovation, for instance, because I am also involved in the cheese business, we have one IQF cheese. You know that generally when it comes to cheese, especially for soft cheeses, you don't have the flexibility you have with hard cheeses with long shelf life that you can ship by sea. So with IQF, for some varieties like goat cheese, ewe cheese, you have the possibility to freeze it and to extend the shelf life, being able then to ship by sea, reducing the carbon footprint and the final cost. And this is one thing. And the second is also through a new, I met a company based in Central France who has set up a unique concept of freeze-drying cheeses. It's a new concept. I can tell you more, but time is limited. The idea is to bring, the flavor, the original flavor of cheese. It is dried via a freezing system, and then you will keep it in a very long shelf life, longer than the original one, but it can be shipped by a dry temperature. And also, this is the main aspect in terms of innovation, and in terms of sustainability, basically both are linked because we try to optimize our logistic cost. Otherwise, essentially when it comes to French products, they are already quite expensive compared to other countries, and logistic is a key point to try to keep it as low as possible to be able to enter and last in the market. And regarding the sustainability, there are things that my partners try to do on a daily basis. Is to try, for instance, to reduce plastic for the packagings, to try to use recyclable material to be able to reuse the boxes and the other packaging elements. And also, when it comes to sustainability, there are two things. From my perspective, it is sustainability for the environment, but also for the human being. And we are trying with some French companies to bring some, authentic French product, but trying to bring something with less sugar, for instance, or to design a complete range of snacking chocolate bars, but without sugar at all, which will be able for people who have diabetes in the area to have some really nice flavors from France, but without having the constraint of sugar.
Thank you, Mustafa. And it's interesting because also, as we discussed already, the things and experiment that you can have in this premium market, then you might be able to percolate in, larger markets, like, for instance, the juice market, which is huge in this sense. And Suleiman, you discussed, your last point was about the Gulf as a hub, as logistic and production hub, connecting billions of people in the world. So it's probably the denser area in the world geographically. So if you go into the future, what are the opportunities that you see for your positioning, strategic positioning? What are, of course, the challenges? And what kind of interactions with France, but also with Europe, you will see evolving in the future?
As I mentioned really before, that's, I mean, the Gulf area, as it is in the middle, and the capability of the infrastructure of energy, of manufacturing, of water, of everything, it's giving an opportunity for the big, or for the manufacturing in Europe, moving instead of traditional trade product, bring it. It's now going to the other side, which is move totally as a manufacturing to the area, which can help to build. I mean, the infrastructures there, the capability, until the demand in the middle. I mean, you have two things. You have the demand in the area. I mean, if you see the Saudi Arabia alone is around now 40 million employees. Beside us, Egypt is more than 120. All the Arab countries, all the area near countries, it's more than 300, 400 millions population. Rather than if you go to the Far East, which is other side, or to the Africa, which is beside us and the same area. This is give us an opportunity for the area to be a hub of manufacturing and of industrial production for the food. Because I mean, the food is the main thing in the life. We are talking about now our specialist in the food. The supply chain in the food, you have to make it near to the the ended of, or the last end of the supply chain. I believe in our area, Saudi Arabia and the others, and there is, honestly, there is a very big support from the government. I mean, it is really, there is a support. I am starting my business 1997 or 98. Believe me, my business now is alhamdulillah, is huge, comparing to the not small or medium. It is a large business. I started from zero. The government, who is really, which is IDF in Saudi Arabia, now National Development Fund, all of them, there is a support, and support not only for Saudi, any business in the area, it is, and you know the tax, everything, there is a smooth in the area. And the demand, the needs. I mean, and the last end of the chain, it is around you. This is what I believe. And there is, I mean, as I told you, a story of Mr. Rauch. And when the crisis happened last time, I was a member of the Saudi Association, Industrial Saudi Association. We discussed one point, which is the transportation. We have a regulation for transportation, which is the age of the truck, which is should be working in Saudi Arabia, and many conditions of the trucks. For the road, for many things. We discussed it. Said, please, now you have to stop all this condition. Allowed any truck from our neighbors to go in. That's because there is, Red Sea, it was open. They will take from the Red Sea to all Gulf country, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar. But they need, a smooth regulation to help them for making a big, or making an easy to these problems, or not to, this problem not affecting them. Thanks to God, the crisis passed, but not until now. But we have to take lessons from that crisis to make our area as a hub for a food center in the future.
Thank you, Suleiman. So a crisis, a good opportunity to develop industrial relations between the business intermediaries, and to inform better the.
And the last point I need to see, to say is, it should be the food supply chain should be away from any politics. This is very important, because this is a food, should be away from any politics, whatever it is. We should focus, when there is a politics problem, we should keep the supply chain, food supply chain away. Then this will not affect the people because it is direct for the population, direct for the honest people. But this is very important. We have to focus on this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hassan, sorry that you have, again, same question in the future, but from the perspective of a business like yours that has to deal with a large amount of exogenous variables. You have a lot of potential shocks, conditions, and with an important human component, because also we discussed that, you need to protect who is producing in the fields. So what is that you see as opportunities and challenges, and what is that you would imagine to replicate from the France or the European system?
It's interesting because today, I'll start from the technology perspective, and I think today technology is the least penetration done in the technology is in the food industry, at least in the agriculture sector, due to all these different variables. So when you go into food production from the field, which is the agriculture component, we have the least penetration because so many different factors come at play, and totally uncontrollable factors with the human intervention. Starting from that, I think the food systems in general and in agriculture, we need to look into resilient systems. Today we had food supply chain, the supply chain disruptions. We are having the changing weather patterns. We're having more and more areas are becoming arid areas when they were used to be naturally irrigated with abundant water. So all these things are changing, and we need to be very resilient in predicting the weather patterns, how to foresee and plan for the future in terms of production. We have a very aging population in most of the naturally agricultural areas that needs to be replaced very soon by mechanized robotics. That's one option. There's a lot of investments coming into this field. Not there yet, but this is something that we really need to be focusing on. We need more collaboration to build technology that's fit for the agriculture. We need to have access to data coming not only from the Northern Hemisphere or the advanced, agriculturally advanced countries. We need data coming also from arid areas like ours, so that we can make sure that whatever robotics, AI models are being done are compatible with arid regions, so that the solutions that are being made can be implemented successfully in our region. And honestly, the key word is collaboration in technology, collaboration in science. We need to focus more on adapting heat-tolerant, salt-tolerant varieties to meet the growing demand, and also make up for a lot of the natural arable lands that's being now transformed into urban cities, eating up from the natural producers of food. All that happening aligned with growing population and growing demand.
You have some very important points, and I think that my report 12 years ago was a territorial approach to food security and nutrition, so I can relate very much with this idea of operating subnationally that you describe. Jens, I know that you are passionate about details and innovation, but what is that you see as the most needed innovation in your business of platforms, and what is that you want to push to approximate? You are just signed an agreement, so you are going in that direction, but how do you see this international ecosystem of platforms working together to avoid the capture of food, that we discussed, and fragilities?
Besides, obviously having physical infrastructures in place in highly strategic locations that are just from a location standpoint enabling that trade flow and are in close proximity to to trade itself, to food trade, as in our case. For me, it's about transparency of data and data related to that trade flow. I think the way trade happens still to date, even though their digital tools are available, they are not interconnected, they are not synergizing. We do see so much fragmentation and non-transparency on the flow of goods from farm to fork, which creates the inefficiencies I was referring to. One of my pretext is, and this is to bring this transparency to people that are operating out of our Abu Dhabi Food Hub and creating the ability to make the right decisions when it comes to the flow of goods, when it comes to the supply chain, controlling the value chain much better than it has happened in the past. For years, I lived in Asia and operated in Asia. I've built FMCG distribution companies. I've built wholesale ecosystems in highly emerging markets. Once you start bringing transparency to all the stakeholders involved in that value chain, it changes everything. It changes the consistency of product access to the market. It changes the price positioning. It changes the enablement of government bodies to predict at what point in time products comes in, where's it coming from. You have pre-clearances, you can smoothen that process, the route to market gets faster and increases. With the support that we are getting from the UAE and the Abu Dhabi government specifically, we will be able to push these efficiencies forward, this transparency that will bring the cost of trade down, that makes for me, product, not just for me as a purpose, product more accessible to the countries that we are living in, that's surrounding us, and makes it ultimately much more predictable, eliminating disadvantaged trade practices that are globally there. And for me, it's about implementation of all the tools available, whether it's AI, whether it's simple trade tools, that we create that spectrum of usage and we enable it through providing it rather than expecting people to invest in it themselves, again, creating fragmentation and silo behavior. That transparency we will bring together with the Food Hub to the market.
Thank you. Efficiency and transparency, very important dimension, and I think that this is what innovation is done for. It's not just a technological endeavor, but is has to have very key aims like what you said. Mustafa, what is that if you could have this magic wand, what is the characteristic of the French ecosystem of food and premium food? What is that you would try to bring to the Gulf countries? What is that in terms of future and innovation?
I will repeat what Jen said. Actually, especially in terms of legislation, we very often face some difficulties providing some export documents and having some facilities, for instance, to provide some health certificate, doing it online and send it directly to the customer to pre-clear the shipment would definitely be something very positive. To date, we always have to apply for an export authorization and to get the signed document either by vets or whatever. So the one ideal thing would be to have it done automatically and from time to time have a sampling on the operators to make sure that he meets the needs in terms of regulation and bring the right information needed by both the French authorities and the customer at destination. This would be my dream, let's say that. And I would also encourage some French companies definitely to move on to the Gulf and to try to bring their know-how. I know that it's sometimes challenging for many reasons in terms of logistics, in terms of legislations, but it's worth being there, creating connection, and not to forget that at the end of the day, this is human-to-human business, and we have to use all the technology at the service of that.
Thank you, Mustafa. I want to use the last 2 minutes I have a bit to say that this was a beautiful discussion with you, and that, at the OECD we are thinking about this transition from a world that was global and in which everyone was connected and we were building this global community into a world that is multi-regional, in which multilateralism is still important, but needs to be helped. And a key component of this is the better dialogue between the public and the private sector, because we need to connect competitiveness with sustainability to avoid to compete on resources and to avoid, to deal with the negative externalities of a disconnect between policies and markets, as you said, Jens. So this, I think that the panel highlighted very much this point. I'm very grateful for your participation, your contribution, and thank you again to Business France for organizing this excellent discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these insights related to the food security. And now we shift our focus from... Thank you. Thank you. Merci. And now we shift our focus from agriculture infrastructure to the spaces actually we inhabit. The Smart City Mega Project rewriting the future of urban life across the Gulf region. From advanced AI to green architecture, this session uncovers the next major tech investments are heading. Please join me to welcome our panelists, along with our moderator for this session, Jack Dutton, Chief Business Correspondent at Monitor.
Thank you. It's great to be back here for my second time at Vision Golf, though I'm really trying my best to avoid melting in this Parisian heat wave. Welcome to this panel. It's on smart cities and urban resilience. We're living in an increasingly urbanizing world. According to the World Bank, 7 in 10 people will be living in cities by 2050. As these cities grow, we need innovative, smart solutions and resilient solutions to cope with the expanding population, the sprawling urbanization, and the environmental challenges which come with that. Smart cities are the cornerstone of the modern Middle Eastern economy, at the heart of the economic transformation plans, such as Saudi Vision 2030. This diversification by governments and with big sustainability mandates are building entirely new cognitive greenfield cities from the ground up. And the Gulf is home to some of the leading smart cities in the world, with the existing capitals like Riyadh, Doha, and Abu Dhabi getting smart city retrofits, and you have the newer developments like Neom and Sultan Haytham City in Oman. Smart cities are distinguished by cutting-edge digital infrastructure, the Internet of Things sensors, green energy, and e-government services to improve quality of life for the people living there. But these are more than just buzzwords. Their success depends on integration of these systems rather than disconnecting through smart silos. There's also the climate challenge. The Middle East is home to some of the harshest and most arid temperatures in the world, with temperatures regularly going over 50 degrees Celsius. How smart cities develop is critical to how populations adapt to the climate challenge. I'm very lucky today to be joined by some of the leading experts in this domain across the Gulf, working on different projects across the Gulf and the Middle East. Allow me to introduce my panel. Mohammed Al-Jarrah, Vice President Real Estate Development at King Salman International Airport, which is a flagship project as part of Saudi Vision 2030 in Riyadh, and is expected to be one of the largest airports in the world, with a target capacity of 185 million passengers per year by 2050. To his left, we have Mohammed Al-Sharif, who's the Senior Smart Cities Director Business Development at the Royal Commission for Riyadh City. So he's on the front line overseeing initiatives that support the capital's ambition to be one of the world's leading connected, sustainable, and livable cities. Next, we have Ramaz Al-Fayez, who's the Chief Information Tech Officer at KFD, King Abdullah Financial District, a financial and lifestyle hub in Riyadh servicing the city's central business district. And last, by certainly no means least, representing France on the panel, we have Aurélien Clédier, Manager of Strategy and Development at RATP Develop Mobility Cairo, which is a subsidiary of the French rail and public transport company RATP, which was established in Cairo in 2020. It's the first foreign and private operator to manage transportation projects in Egypt, including Cairo Metro Line 3 and an LRT system. So if we could kick off this discussion with yourself, Mohammed Al-Sharif. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, especially Riyadh, has been very much in the spotlight recently, with an extensive array of developments. New Marhaba, KFD, Diriyah Gate, I could go on. What is the state of play for Riyadh in turning into a smart city? And can you give me some examples of foreign investment and partnerships which have been innovative in that regard?
Sure. Thank you, Jack, for having us and Business France to organize this event. I am happy to part with that, my colleague here from King Salman project and the CAFT, King Abdullah, and also from RTB Dev. Related our city, Riyadh, it's a capital of Saudi Arabia. We have a good, clear vision and direction from Vision 2030 to put it the Riyadh as a flagship initiative or flagship smart city in the world. We did a lot of the initiative and project in the last 5 years ago. One of that, the IMD index, the Riyadh has a good now ranking in the worldwide in the last 5 years. Also, we have a good, let's say, relationship with the French company, RTB Dev, one of that collaboration between the RCRC and the French company, our King project, public transportation, which is the biggest project in the world in the metro within our city in Riyadh. He developed and operate now with RTB Dev, one of the main, let's say, flagship initiative and collaboration between Saudi and French company.
Thanks. And Mohammed Al-Jarrah, resilience is a critical theme for smart cities. What does that mean for KSIA and Riyadh more widely?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jack, for the opportunity for my colleagues to be part of this discussion and to be part of this great forum. Just to set some background on King Salman International Airport. So, King Salman International Airport is an airport of 57 kilometers. 45 kilometers of that is an airside. We're talking about terminals, runways, and cargo services. And 12 kilometers is an airport city. And when we talk about airport city, we talk about residential, hospitality, entertainment, offices, retail, as well as logistic. So we are building one of the biggest airport in the world, and of course one of the biggest airtropolis city in the world that's connected to the airport. So such city it has to be very well connected to the city of Riyadh. So when we talk about resilience within smart cities, we are talking about connectivity and diversification. So we have seen in the pandemic, we have seen in some crisis situation, we don't want airports and cities to rely on one or two services. So we want to make sure the airport rely on both aeronautical and non-aeronautical revenue to ensure, having more diversification, ensure more resilience and continuity of business as we go on. Another point is, I think, when we talk about diversification, we connect that straight away with connectivity. So we want to make sure the airport is not connecting good and people, but it also connects the airport to the city. So we ensure the offering, the services, the facility that within the airport city and within the airport itself is very well connected with the many projects that's going on in Riyadh. As Mohammed have mentioned, we're talking about a huge metro connection. We're talking about King Salman Park. We're talking about Dir'iyah, Qiddiya. There's a huge developments going on. So we want to make sure the airport is very well connected to the city as well.
Great. And I'd be curious to know, Aurélien, from the French perspective, what does France bring to the table? And can you give us more of a snapshot of the partnerships you're working with in the region? In Egypt, it'd be great to know more about your work there. And how can France differentiate itself as a partner for Gulf companies?
Hello. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity, and I'm glad to be part of this great panel. So as you said at the beginning of your introduction, so the world population is growing, and people more and more they live in cities, which means that there is a bigger role of public transport. So now, that being said, RATP, we benefit from over a century of experience, originally in Paris, but it's been a few decades that we operate also abroad, and especially in the MENA and Gulf region, where we have indeed some projects in Riyadh, in Qatar also, Egypt where I'm based, and also in Casablanca. The most important is that we have developed this expertise, this A to Z capability, so we are able to intervene on all over the transportation value chain. That's very important because after we need to adapt to the local context. So there is this thing in finance and legal that is about know your customer, but I take it not only as a finance and legal perspective, but also that's very important to discuss with the different public transport authorities, the local authorities, to really feel their needs. So basically, we don't discuss the same way in Cairo than in Riyadh, for instance. And that's very important to build these relationships, to adapt how we indeed discuss the planning of the infrastructure, but later on the operation in itself.
Yeah. And Ramez, it would be great to know from CAF's experience, what lessons have you learned, and what does an integrated urban development model look like in practice?
Thank you. First of all, I
would like to thank the organizer for the invitation to join this esteemed panel. It is an exciting time because, as you said, Jack, there is a huge, or one of the largest urban transformation is right now. We see it live. According to the recent studies, by 2050, 68% of the population will live in urban areas. And in Saudi Arabia, we recognize this opportunity and through our Vision 2030, and CAFT is one of the practical example of how cities should look like. Let me shed some lights about CAFT. CAFT is a city within a city located in Riyadh capital. It is 1.6 million square meter with 95 buildings, are all connected to serve one ecosystem. Through our smart city strategy and with the 48 strategic initiative that we implemented, we successfully connected all these buildings, and we integrated building management system, utility system, parking, mobility, safety system, are all integrated through our smart city platform with around 70 live use cases that is serving our tenants and visitors. What lesson that I can share with others? Cities, if they want to be a success story in terms of smart city, they shouldn't look for the top technology that can serve only its solution, isolated solution, but they should start developing an operating model, an integrated model that can integrate with all operation technology, connectivity, and digital solutions to serve one unified experience. And this is our vision in CAFT. This is what we are doing right now.
I'd be interested to know whether there are other smart city projects you've been quite impressed by, which have helped you with your planning with CAFT when it comes to running the smart city. Are there any examples which stand out for you in the Gulf or outside?
There are a lot of exciting initiatives that we did in terms of smart city project. Some of them are done with the support of French companies, for example, the smart city or the mobile app that serve the tenants and the visitors. And these are all, to be honest, excited projects. Recently, CAFT has received a certificate that it is a smart neighborhood, the first in Europe and Middle East, and this is the result of our work in the last couple of years.
Yeah. So, Mohammed Al-Shiri, if I want to come back to you, because when we read about smart cities and smart projects, a lot of the headlines we see are about the likes of NEOM, and we've seen the headlines there. There's been significant revisions in terms of capacity, like the line going from 1 million to 100,000 residents, scale back in delays in construction, and also a scale back in budget. And also when we look at the Saudi economy more widely, it's very reliant on oil. Obviously, it's transitioning away from that with Vision 2030, but we've seen a prolonged period of low oil price before the war in Iran. And as a result, there's have to be some adaptability. And I'd be interested to know from your perspective, how have you adapted to the changing economic conditions in the region and priorities of the kingdom? For both. Yeah.
I think the question is very interesting and it's very long, so you mentioned his name first, so I wasn't giving the whole attention, but you know, giving the fact that now Riyadh is developing in a huge pace, and we have seen recently Diriyah, for example, have signed huge deals with investors from local and investors. We have seen King Salman Park signed some deals with in MIPIM. We have seen huge developments, for example, Qiddiya and New Murabba. All those projects have already engaged with the market, and they have already secured and announced some transaction. So the appetite is very clear, and we have seen it in the market, we have seen it in the Gulf, and we have seen it especially in Saudi. Of course, sometimes circumstances change, sometimes market condition can vary from time to time, but the resilience and the strength is quite obvious in terms of the amount of opportunities that are presented to the private sector, and the willingness and we have seen it, especially yesterday. I had several meetings with one-to-one with the French companies, and I can see the willingness and the appetite towards all the opportunities that might be presented. So challenges, yes, happen. Circumstances can change things, but given the fact that Riyadh is the capital city of Saudi Arabia and one of the biggest in the region in terms of economic growth, I think the resilience will continue in the future, and the connectivity that we are making within the region and within the world will make it more attractive to investors and capital market.
And Mohammed, I guess, how are you adapting, and do you see new opportunities, whether that's in logistics and Saudi's growing role as a logistics hub, strategic position? I guess you have the Red Sea, and how that's developing.
I think there is a lot of happening now in Saudi Arabia for a flexibility and the resilience continuous in our country based on the policy, regulation, even the business model itself. Now we will support and position the PPP modeling to come and welcoming to enter the Saudi market, especially in the mega project within Riyadh and within Kingdom Saudi Arabia, like Red Sea and Neom, and also the mega project. We will target the PPP modeling even from local company and from international also. We put the policy under the Ministry of Finance. There is the center special about the national privatization he support, and make it the opportunity from any company or any relationship with the government outside and inside Saudi Arabia. There is a lot of opportunity from infrastructure and from services. This is the first. There is a lot of happening, and we are aligned with the global economy in the world, but our city is very agility, and there is a lot of opportunity. And we have a website for opportunity under the MISA, Ministry of Investment. There is a lot of opportunity for for all the sectors within Kingdom Saudi Arabia and within Riyadh. We are the RCRC as a Royal Commission for a City, promote the company and talent and make it the benefits and more agility to welcoming in Riyadh market especially. There is a lot, and we are happy to, in this opportunity, see it a lot of company to come in Saudi market.
Right, and I want to ask you a bit more about focusing more on the tech side and quality of life. And it's one thing having state-of-the-art technology, and another thing to implement it in a way which genuinely improves quality of life. What would you say is a key indicators to measure whether the city is becoming truly smarter and more resilient from a citizen's perspective?
Yes, there is a lot of, let's say, international index globally. One of them, it's IMD. It's targeted the quality of life, and the Saudi and Riyadh especially, we had a good position itself. And there is a lot, we are a focus about the customer journey and customer experience. One of the, let's say, main initiative we will announce very soon about the super app, Riyadh super app. There is a lot of, as you know, revolution now for mobile app application. We will work together as a one team with the national entities called Sadaya Saudi Saudi Data and AI Authority to make it one application for all the customer journey. We will come in Riyadh, and we are focused also about any external partnership with all the cities in the world.
Right. And Ramez, I wanted to ask you, also looking at the tech side, where are you seeing most innovation in the Gulf in terms of how smart cities leverage data?
Thank you. I'm one of the big believers in innovation. I think it is one of the strategic driver for economic growth and sustainability and quality of life. And these are the pillars and some of the pillars and programs of Saudi Vision 2030. In CAFT, we focus on technology because we believe it is a strategic driver to define how smart cities or how future cities should be, and any new business model or operating model through innovation. One of the exciting innovation projects that we are working on right now is the shift from using data for operation efficiency to help us design the new CAFT. And through integrating data, operation data from sensors or from ticketing or from calls, we collect all these data, we feed it into our digital twin platform powered by AI. And through analyzing these data, we are creating a feedback loop between our operation team and master planner or city designers. These operation insights are telling us what is working and what is not working. And from these, we craft lessons for the next generation of future lands that we're gonna commence very soon. So CAFT always believe in innovation and help us define the new cities across the world.
Thank you. And Aurélien, it'd be great to know how at RATP Dev Mobility Cairo, how you've leveraged AI and data to streamline railway systems across the region and ensure inclusive mobility.
Yeah, so I will just build on what you have just said. So basically, especially in transportation, not only, but in transportation, we have a tremendous amount of data because we carry daily millions of passengers, like plus all the systems. Some of them, they are connected, some of them, they are not, but there are a huge amount of data. So the first question would be how to access the data. And then whenever we have the access of the data, what we do with this huge amount of data. So indeed, there are some tools, AI powered, that can support, but defining what is your purpose behind the data is very important. Because, for instance, we can imagine taking all the data of origin and destination of the passengers to eventually adjust the transport offer. We can also use these models, different models, AI powered again, to predict whenever we will have a failure on the system, so that we intervene before and there is no disruption. There are also, thanks to the data, we can adjust the maintenance program that we do. So I just mentioned the predictive maintenance, but also to make sure that we are not over-maintaining, and in that case that we are also cost-wise in that regard. So yeah, that's the way we do it. And at RATP Dev, not only Egypt but global, we focus a lot on AI, and lately our new internal platform for generative AI has been launched, and it's called Mint. So now more and more every team all over the world, they are trained for that, just to take the most of the data with the use of AI.
I'd love to know a bit more about that platform. What is the intention for it? What are the kind of long-term plans when it comes to AI and RATP Dev?
So that's basically a platform that was initiated by the group. And first, it starts with awareness about AI, because we can hear AI all over the place, but for employees, that's not always obvious. So we selected a bunch of champions that after will be the relays in the different subsidiaries, and that's also a good way to share the different projects that we have, so that we can develop something in one location, but then after it gets for the benefits of all the subsidiaries.
Okay, and Mohamed Al-Jada, I'd love to know more about what a tech and AI operation looks like from a planned airport city, and what areas of that are you most excited about?
So, just to give context, in the airport, we have the guest experience sitting next to the AI team. So they are under one chief, and that tells how we carefully making sure that whatever guest experience that we're trying to achieve is associated with AI and how it's going to be implemented. So we are looking at AI and data from different layers. So we're talking an operational airport. So we look at passengers, flows, airlines and flights, and then at the same time we're looking at the how those passengers are behaving within the airport. Be it commercial, be it when they look for a facility or a service, and then we look at data that driving the passengers from the airport to the land side. So when they travel to our facility, our hotels, our mixed-use facility developed, our entertainment facility, because we are not just building an airport, we are building a destination, and we are transforming aviation. By transforming aviation, you want to make sure that the passenger having an experience that's totally different than what experience that he might have in other airport. And then again, this is also connected to the city, because you want to make sure that the passengers that arrive at the airport ended up in Kingston Park or in CAFD or in other places that is is monitored, and you want to see what is the flow in terms of roads and accessibility and infrastructure that happens. And I think now it's not the bridge. We're not just building the physical bridges that connect roads, but we are also building the AI and data bridges that can tell what is the experience that every passenger is having and how this can be improved. We can see now in the city, for example, traffic is all controlled by data, and AI is applied. They are monitoring the traffic, they're monitoring highways and how they divert cars. At the same time, we can see also some data and AI have been applied in the infrastructure of that technology. So now we need data centers, we need cloud storages, and here we see Humane now having a great role to support that infrastructure and foundation that needed. So I think it's all connected together, but the airport is aiming to connect with all relative industry and parties that might feed and support the information needed.
Yeah, and obviously with Vision 2030 and diversifying the economy away from oil, sustainability is a key part of that, and aviation remains a hard-to-abate sector. And I wondered how you were implementing sustainability with the development of the airport and the real estate around it, and the transport.
So sustainability is never now. It used to be a trend that shows you want to talk about, and I think my colleague from CAFD Rams have talked. We don't want to talk about AI or smart cities or sustainability in a fashion world, but we want to make sure that this is applicable and this is applied in reality. So of course we follow the international standard for sustainability, but at the same time we are making sure that whatever is developed is associated with the quality of life that we anticipate to provide to passengers and to residents that comes to our cities. It's not anymore just a KPI that you want to check, but it's a continuous monitoring process that you want to make sure that you are saving the environment, you are providing the best quality for human being as well.
Yeah, and it would be great to know more from your perspective, Aurélien. You're operating in Egypt, which is a country which is beset with power cuts and difficulty as of in the last few years because of the old grids. And I wondered how you operated a sustainable railway line in Cairo and what measures you put in place to ensure you're meeting the climate goals.
Yeah, so basically, by definition, by essence, the metro and commuter line is green. But what we try to do is to make it even greener. Explain myself. So basically, as operator, we arrive and we need to operate the infrastructure the way it has been designed. So indeed, if we want to improve the energy efficiency and the climate resilience, that's from the planning, and especially in Cairo. So there are some specificities, but as any location. So basically, we in terms of especially over the past few months, with the expected shock on the energy side. So we revised the transport offer. We also, since as a public transport operator, our main asset are the people actually. So we focused a lot on the training and retraining of our staff, especially since we have metro with drivers. So to focus on the training of the drivers, eco-drivings, revising the timetable, just to make sure that whenever we put trains on the line, that's efficient. So it means that we put enough trains according to the needs, but also whenever it's less needed, then we remove some trains just to make sure that we release a bit the burden on the electricity consumptions.
Yeah, and coming back to you, Mohamed Al-Sharif, I wanted to ask you about energy resilience. It's a defining challenge. I was very interested. I think it was last week there was news of Riyadh's urban cooling initiative and parts of the city cooling by up to 15 degrees Celsius. I wonder what the most effective strategies you've seen for building urban energy systems that are both sustainable and resilient.
Thank you, Jack. There is a lot of happening in Riyadh related to the sustainability topic. We are under the RCRC. There is a specific programs related in the Riyadh. It's called Smart Sustainability. We will did a lot of trees within Riyadh and make it a lot of the parks, the King Salman parks. And very recently, we announced a lot of the huge park within Riyadh also. The cooling of Riyadh, also the big initiative under the Riyadh sustainability. They make it the more cooling and more walkability area and life of quality to enjoy the time in the outdoor within Riyadh facility and components. There is a lot happening, and our team here did a lot of job, and now you can enjoy for all the public area within Riyadh and within the facility. The change for the sustainability, it's up and running. Also, we are work together or more alignment with the Ministry of Energy and all the ecosystem within Saudi government to put it the energy resilience within country. There is also efforts if you talk it about the readiness for our city. If you talk it about super scale data center, we are hosted now a lot of the big names worldwide, the international company to host it in Riyadh and Saudi Arabia to put it his super scalar data center within our region.
Okay, and one thing I'd be interested to learn more from you when you've been working with Riyadh is what, if you were to start what are the main investments you would kind of prioritize if you were going to start tomorrow, I guess, and start again? Are there anything you've kind of learned along that journey? This is for Mohammed.
Yes, if you talk it, there is a lot of the topics, and again, the Saudi Invest portfolio or portal, you can check all the opportunity within the Riyadh and even another city within the Kingdom, Saudi Arabia. But if you're talking about the Riyadh, maybe the smart mobility is very hot topic now. We are opening to see what is the innovation and hosted all the ecosystem and welcoming to the startup to come with us and work as a one team. We are aligned with the national ecosystem with the Ministry of Transportation, TGA. There is the sandbox related in the mobility topic and future mobility. We will did a lot of proof of concept. If you talk it about the EVs and the autonomous buses or all that, it's up and running now in Riyadh. But we are also welcoming to innovative company to work together for in our city. Also, we have a solid or organized, let's say, governance model between the city level as a Riyadh and the project level or district level within, like King Salman project and CAFT area. We will create in the last 2 years what we call smart district guidelines. It's coming of a policy. If you talk it about the smart city, any people we will definition the smart city is different, but we will create the guidelines or policy from the RCRC based on his mandate and share it all for all our partner within our city, like PIF subsidiaries and mega project within our city to make sure that our communication or our standardization it's the same, because at the end of the day, the journey and the customer experience itself for any customer living in Riyadh or coming from outside should be the same. No need a lot of the application or a lot of, let's say, journey start from airport to, if you go Dir'iyah or Al-Qiddiya or Kaft, it's a different. We will put it the journey and the persona of the customer journey with the Riyadh, and we are aligned as a governance model and policy between all, let's say, our partner within our city.
And I'd love to hear your perspective as well, Ramit, about how, what would you prioritize if you were to start again tomorrow based on what you've learned?
Okay, if I'm gonna start designing a new city, I would consider a smart by design approach where infrastructure, physical infrastructure, digital technology, operation technologies are planned, designed and planned to serve one unified experience, either for tenants and visitors. Imagine a district that not only understand your preferences, but guide you through your journey and listen to your needs and act on it in terms of physical or digital services. So you will not feel the difference between physical services or digital services. And with the generative AI now, with the advancement of Gen AI, I believe this vision will be achieved very soon. The Gen AI understand you more, and with the live feed or with the live sensors that we have, will understand your needs immediately and start act on it and change the surrounding or physical surrounding around you to help you, for example, move or serve you more. We always in CAFT think of our experience or customer experience, and from time to time we innovate to help us achieve the best future cities.
Great. Well, we're coming towards the end of our discussion. I've really enjoyed it. We've covered topics ranging from how we build climate resilience, smart cities, including operating in challenging environments where sometimes there's power cuts. We spoke as well about how we use AI to get insights of the different customers, whether that's for the airport or whether that's in a city or in the financial district. And we've also spoken about how to improve quality of life in these cities. So thank you very much. Thank you, Business France, for organizing. And can you give a big round of applause to the panelists? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for these insights. And now we will talk about the absolute reinvention of healthcare sector. So, we are discussing the AI-driven digital healthcare breakthroughs, localized pharma manufacturing, and massive wave of co-investment between French innovators and Gulf healthcare giants. I'm sorry, excuse me, I just invite everyone to... We need to launch the next session. I just invite in order to continue our conversation before the lunch break. So, we will have this conversation to see this wave of co-investment between French investors and Gulf healthcare giants. And please join me to welcome our panelists for this session, and Ms. Joanna Lefrel, Regional Consular for Global Health in the Middle East.
Thank you for being here today. So, from what I understood, it's our panel of the Petit Four. So we will try to make this panel as much attractive as possible. Thank you so much for everyone being here. I'm very, very happy to have 4 distinguished guests with us today. So I'll be very quick with my introduction. I'm Joanna Lerfel. I'm Regional Consular for Health in the Middle East. I'm based in Riyadh, and I cover 9 countries in the region. My mission are from global health to setting up cooperation between France and the 9 different countries. Today, I also want to thank Business France for this opportunity to have again this panel. Healthcare is a very important topic for Vision Golfe. So thank you again, Business France, for this opportunity. So the aim of today's panel will be to explore how healthcare partnerships between France and the Gulf countries are evolving. We used to have, years ago, decades ago, a traditional, I would say, commercial relation, and now we are more seeking, and we have actually a long-term strategic cooperation that focus on resilience, innovation, and value creation. And also, what is remarkable is that the Gulf country had a remarkable healthcare transformation. It's now one of the primarily destination of healthcare products, services, and innovation, and Gulf countries are strategic healthcare partners with a lot of innovation that are coming to life in the Gulf countries. The total expenditure of the GCC on healthcare are around 109 billion per year, which is one of the biggest markets, more attractive for companies. And it's expected to evolve. So I know a lot of French companies are seeking to set up a new partnership with Gulf countries. And the aim also today is to explore that and to see what is going to happen, what we think is going to happen, to see actual partnerships that are going live in the Gulf countries, and also to maybe answer some of your questions, how to be the best partners in a region where innovation is very strong, a region that really know what they want and where they want to be. So to start now, I will ask my colleague here today to introduce themselves very quickly, but I think it will be more dynamic if they do it themselves. Please, Dr. Fadi, you work for V.I.E, if you don't mind.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to appreciate the invitation by Business France and being present here with you all today in Vision Golf. Fadi Al-Bhiran, I'm the Group Chief Executive Officer of V.I.E Group, which is a PIF company focused with a mandate to further build out the capability in the biopharma sector within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The ambition and the mandate behind the inception of V.I.E really comes when we look at the private sector in the kingdom. It's done very well. However, when we look at the ambition of the leadership of the country in line with Vision 2030, there's a lot more that they expect the kingdom to be doing. So when we look at the biopharma sector in specific, there are still many opportunities, many gaps that need to be filled. And our job in V.I.E is to really be a catalyst to drive and grow the sector further, primarily looking at localizations and looking at international players that have already done well in this space and how we can attract them and bring them and partner with them within the kingdom to advance our localization agenda. Very quickly, in terms of V.I.E and our current mandate, it's really broken up into a few different verticals. The first one is the biologics vertical, where we focus today on the localization of insulin, where we have a partnership with an international organization, and we've been doing that for a few years now. The second aspect of our biologics vertical will be the establishment of a CDMO that will be located in Jeddah, where today we're in the process of bidding with various international companies on the localization of vaccines and various other biologics and biosimilars as well. The second vertical is the genomics vertical, where we're looking at how the kingdom can advance genomic sequencing and how we can leverage the data that we get from genomic sequencing to then further establish discovery, R&D, establishment of new medicines and novelties. And then we look at a third vertical, which is cell and gene therapy, which is something that we will start in 2027. And the whole aspect and notion of research and development and new medicines is what we refer to as our fourth vertical. So I hope that gives you a good overview of what V.I.E is and what our mandate is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fadi, and I can't wait to ask you my first question. That will be for you. Stéphane from Sanofi, if you don't mind.
Yes, sure. Bonjour, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Stéphane Barthes. I'm a global franchise head taking care of our vaccine portfolio, so supervising the development across the value chain, working very closely, of course, with different stakeholders, different health stakeholders, to ensure that access and healthcare policies are implemented and met on unmet health needs. We have been a strong partner in immunization for decades, and from my background, I'm a pharmacist and I have an MBA.
Thank you so much. Maybe Bob from Apex?
Thank you, Joanna. I'm scared that you balance the pharma now with the healthcare. So my name is Bob Issa, and I am the Chief Marketing Officer for Apex Health. Apex Health is a Qatari-based Qatari company. We pride ourselves to be the fastest growing healthcare organizations in the MENA region. Under 3 years, we moved from 0 into 8 hospitals across 4 countries. We have 2 models. We either build and operate hospitals and medical institutions, or we partner with Ministry of Health in governments to manage and operate hospitals. Our footprint now is in Qatar, Iraq, Libya, Algeria, with more 2 to 3 countries before the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to go deep into pharma and hospitals, and to go back to pharma for the presentation, the other Stéphane, but nonetheless, from BD Pharma.
So, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to this panel. So, I'm from BD, a medical technology company, born about more than 100 years ago. And I'm specifically representing the entity, the division dedicated and designed for pharmaceutical industry. We are addressing all pharmaceutical industry who have injectables in their portfolio or in their pipeline of development. We are manufacturing and distributing injectable devices such as auto-injector, pens, and our core product is the glass PFS. So PFS stands for pre-fillable syringes, because today for injecting a drug, the traditional way of injecting a drug is to use drugs into a vial or a bottle. Then the practitioner, the doctor, the nurse, they have to take a plastic syringe to assemble a needle, to pull the drug into the syringe, to do the manual and visual dosing, change the needle, and then inject the patient. The PFS is the way we are delivering syringes to the pharmaceutical industry. The industry is filling the drug directly and then putting on the market ready-to-be-used syringes. So then for the doctor, the nurse, they just have to open it and inject immediately, which is much safer.
Thank you very much, Stéphane. So now to start and to go deep on this panel, Dr. V.I.E, I will have a question that I think will interest everyone. We see that Saudi Arabia is one of the strongest examples of healthcare transformation in the region through Vision 2030, through your national biotech strategy. All of that reflect the kingdom investing heavily in healthcare, life science, localization, as you also said, digital health, innovation, public-private partnerships. Knowing all of that, I would be very happy to know when it comes about global biopharma companies such as Sanofi, which is also present today, and looking at Saudi Arabia today, what makes V.I.E a partner of choice for the French flagships when it comes to localization rather than simply a market access partner?
Thank you, Joanna. So let me maybe start at the macro level before even zooming in on V.I.E specifically. I think first and foremost, we look at what makes the kingdom attractive at the macro level. And once again, I'll start with, in my opinion, the most ambitious leadership of any nation exists today in the kingdom. and the Vision 2030, which is spearheaded by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, which started in about 2016. Once again, we have seen so much execution and transformation across a number of different industries, whether we're talking about economic transformation, cultural transformation, when we look at diversity off of oil and diversification of non-oil revenues. The kingdom today, when we look at the healthcare transformation, the quality of life transformation, the transformation in industry and manufacturing, and the growth across all of these different sectors, makes it a very appealing and exciting market to be participating in. When we zoom in on healthcare and life sciences, you want to be in a nation where policy, regulation is also transforming and is keeping up to date. And when we look at the Ministry of Health, when we look at the SFDA and the advancements and the transformations they've undergone over the past few years, once again, those, all of that transformation and those changes only make it easier for whether the private sector existing in the kingdom or international foreign investors and foreign companies that want to come into the kingdom to go about operating in a much easier, more efficient, more effective manner. So that on its own also is extremely attractive. When we look at all of the modernization of the cities and the attraction as well, and we heard from our colleagues in the earlier panel, whether we're talking about CAFT or the King Salman International Airport as examples, what the Royal Commission of Riyadh City is doing, and there's many other examples across the kingdom. Once again, that makes it very attractive for foreign investment and foreign companies to also come, because when companies want to come to the kingdom, they're not just looking at the investment, but they're looking at their capability and their people to come into the kingdom, and they want to ensure that, once again, the home for their employees is also very attractive and is a place where the quality of life is superb. And I think all of that today is what we see within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Zooming in on LifeEra very specifically, once again, the fact that we are a PIF company means that we have access to our PIF sister companies as well. And when we look at companies, just as examples, such as Humane, focusing on artificial intelligence, when we look at Lean, a company that's looking at health informatics and health data, when we look at NUPCO, which is the procurement company of all medical supplies and pharmaceuticals, as examples, being a part of that ecosystem itself as well is part of the value proposition that we also bring to any partner that wants to come and work with LifeEra. Market access is absolutely not what we're looking for. Market access exists today, and it's already there, and any company can come into the kingdom and access the market and sell their goods. What we're looking at is how we can take all of these enablers that I talked about at the macro level and the micro level and partner with an organization to advance the biopharma sector. And once again, it starts with localization. And localization has a huge impact when we're talking about capability building, when we're talking about advancing quality, advancing the systems, maturing the regulatory aspects as well and the policy aspects as well, because these organizations come from different experiences and have gone through different practices. And for us, it's about learning and taking the best of the best from all of these different experiences and building something that doesn't need to necessarily start from scratch, but obviously start and leapfrog and advance further. So those are vital aspects of the value proposition that we believe LifeEra brings to any partner looking at it. But as I said, it's not about localizing only. It's about advancing the agenda. It's about how we can then leverage expertise from organizations such as Sanofi and others to then also advance therapeutics and look at R&D and work together hand in hand to take that agenda forward.
Thank you so much. It's true that this transformation is amazing, and I can testify as I am based in Riyadh. I would also, in mirror, now ask Stefan, how does Sanofi envision its role as a strategic partner in this exciting journey, particularly when it comes about collaborative initiative like your partnership with LifeEra, and what kind of opportunities, I would say, do you see for driving excellence in Saudi and in the region?
No, thank you for that question. And building on what was just mentioned before, I think when we look at it for us at Sanofi, and you know we are a well-established French company, we multinational pharmaceutical company, we have been present for more than 50 years in the region. And I think one of the important aspects to understand, or that we feel here very strongly, is that we're committed for the long term. And we have been in the region for more than 50 years. We were the first company actually to localize manufacturing, and those are strong roots for us to bring it to the next level, to foster innovation at a moment in time where there's a very strong acceleration in terms of healthcare. And just to illustrate that, I think when we look at the ecosystem last year, we announced additional investments. The second aspect, I think, which is essentially important, is being serious about it and prioritize. We clearly see an opportunity of growth, of innovation in the region, and the region is for us one of our key markets and one of our top priorities. And the entire company is mobilized through the entire value chain, from R&D to manufacturing, to make it happen and transform. A good example for that is actually last year, at the end of the year, we signed an MOU in presence of our chairman of the board, Mr. Udea, the PIF, and the Minister of Health and Industry, to foster that and secure the acceleration when we look at the future. You were mentioning excellence, quality, and I think as a company, what we've seen, we also need to be ready to drive jointly that agenda. We've seen in our partners a strong willingness to raise the standards. And clearly the region has a strong leadership in raising those standards in terms of quality, in terms of follow-up and innovation. And what we've seen is that the discussion that we're having together around those standards, being ready also to be challenged, is really appreciated and is driving really coming closer together on those essential aspects. Of course, there's also a bit of resilience, particularly in times where the industry is contracting and there are challenges. But again, this is not for quick win. This is for long term. We're serious about the ambition that we have. And let's not forget that we also have the bilateral relationship between France and the region that we can leverage, and that for French company should be really seen as a competitive advantage.
Thank you very much. And thank you for what you said, especially saying raising the standard. I think it's in raising the quality, raising the ambition. I think it really defined well the region. And I'll go back to you, Dr. Fadi, because I'm very happy to see that you've got a partnership which is working. And something that could interest all the participants today is what key capability, commitment does Life.ERA prioritize when you are selecting strategic partners in Saudi? On terms of product localization, but also on terms of capability, quality system, Saudi talent, and long-term resilience, which was also something highlighted by Stefan.
So thank you, Joanna. I think the first thing I would start with is we look for partners that want to have skin in the game, and that's what true partnership is about, where we win together, we succeed together, and hopefully don't fail together. But we're not looking at partnerships from we hear a lot about people referring to partnerships, but in reality, when you really look at it deeply, it's very transactional. So we look for partners that are aligned with us on our vision, aligned with us on our short-term plans, but more importantly, our long-term aspirations. And we look for partners that really believe in the kingdom and the capability and the enablers that we bring, and the region as a whole, wanting to make the entire region and the kingdom be at the forefront of various industries. The fact of the matter is when we look at the kingdom specifically and our advancements in medicine and science, one can only be very proud of what we've already achieved. We have a number of different medical institutes that are globally renowned. We have a lot of research that's ongoing that is, once again, top-notch at the highest level of citations when you look at publications and R&D. And we look for partners that can come and collaborate with us and only take that to the next level. So we already believe we have a very, very strong foundation when it comes to science and medicine, healthcare, and life sciences. We know for a fact that there are other pockets and niches on a global context that can only complement what we're doing. So how can we actually work together in collaboration, in concert, to further advance the agenda of the sector that we're focusing on in biopharma? With respect to if I want to talk about localization, advancements of quality and standards, and I think we already talked about that, and how can we push the envelope, and how can we speed up things like clinical trials, and accelerate that with the advancements of technology, with the experiences that partners bring from abroad. Those are obviously all aspects that we look at, and then the advancements of R&D and establishing new therapies and therapeutics is another thing that we look at. Building our capability, and once again, we have a very strong foundation of capability and human capability, and we believe that our most valuable asset in the kingdom is our people and our human capability, their ambition, their excitement, the energy that they bring, the fact that the largest segment of our population is below the age of 32 on its own tells you, that there's a very, very bright future ahead for the kingdom. So we look for partners as well that want to further advance our capability as well. And as much as we have great educational institutes, it's also about learning other things that we may not necessarily had the opportunity to experience in the kingdom. Take that, build on top of our foundation, and then further advance that. So when we look at partnerships, once again, it's about skin in the game, it's about long-term aspiration, it's about aligning on culture, on vision, and ensuring that we can actually work hand in hand, succeed together, and make a huge impact for the sector.
Thank you so much. I will have a last question for you, Stefan, regarding that partnership, because we talk about future, and we can also today talk about it with a group, a French group, which is implanted in Saudi, which has offices, people working for Sanofi since decades. So on your side, this journey today is particularly exciting. There is a lot of things happening. And how do you see opportunities to drive excellence in the region in the years to come, in the future?
Yes, no, thank you, Joanna. And just to come back to the energy, I was recently there, and of course, you feel the energy every day, and you see it's really moving super fast. And so, coming to your question, I think how we see those partnerships, it's really a catalyst at a very defining moment, and it's really bringing it to the next level. I think when we join hands together for the long term, really working together on understanding what are the and co-constructing a roadmap jointly about what is the vision, what are the needs, and also what are the capabilities that are existing, what are the global competencies we can bring to the countries, that helps us. And that helps us to define our level of investment in terms of manufacturing, but also going forward in terms of R&D and other capabilities when we look at that. Because this is how really, by defining a clear roadmap, a joint roadmap, we're able to move and to move fast. I think coming on the element of the excellence, very clearly the made in GCC is a platform. It's a stamp for excellence. It also is, and we look at this really from our perspective, an additional investment to expand capabilities and ensure a presence that goes beyond the kingdom, responding to health needs that exist around, of course, around the region, but also globally. And I think we discussed a lot, and I agree with you, this is not just about manufacturing. It's essential in the value chain, but the value chain is complex. The next paradigm shift is really around innovation and bringing the innovation. And for us, being in a position to support and develop with the expertise that exists locally an R&D hub at a point of time where the biopharmaceutical ecosystem is moving very fast, where a lot of innovation is happening, having a vision and an ambition to develop this, building on the capabilities that exist and bringing it to the next level, is absolutely a priority when we look forward, because that brings the entire biopharmaceutical value chain together and drives impact.
Thank you so much, Stéphane. And by the way, talking about building up capability, we will de-zoom a little bit on pharma. And, and I have a question for you, Bob. So you work on infrastructure, you work on cross-border infrastructure in the region. And at Apex Health, you are building up across 4 markets, as you said before. There is different regulatory environment, different maturity, different condition to work with those countries. What are, to you, the key, I would say, condition? Is it regulatory? Is it talent? As we said, for Saudi, there is a strong amount of talent on this market. Is it investment, also time scale? What does turn a partnership into a sustainable local ecosystem rather than just a dependency?
Thank you, Joanna. So first of all, there is no one formula that fits all. Every market is different, the maturity is different. I'd like to pick up from what Fadi says on wants to partner where they have the skin in the game. We believe that we build with the market, not for the market. And when we go in, we go with a commitment that we're going to go with regulatory adherence, talent development and capacity developments where needed, and most importantly as well, supply chain interactions. This is how you build a resilience for your business within that market. Probably the most important things I want to tap on is regulatory kind of governance, because we cannot impose a certain country's kind of governance on another. We offer and we bring a governance structure and we share clinical standards. Let's take, for example, our latest hospital, which is going to be open less than a year from now in Algeria. It's a 300-bed tertiary hospital, but from day one, we actually engaged with the government. We made sure that our supply chain are from Algeria, the talent development, the capacity development happens there. This is, you don't actually extract value, you build capacity within those markets.
Thank you so much. There is one idea that I see in all of your intervention for the moment. It's like sovereignty / self-sufficiency. We feel that GCC's push for self-sufficiency, that means that countries do not just want to build hospital or local manufacturing, as you said, Dr. Fadi, or life science capability. How do you balance between the speed of capital development, I would say, with the passions that is important and required to build, as we said, resilient, localized supply chain?
I think the core line here is you build capacity and capability as you're building facilities. Because if you're too fast on capacity building, then you create dependency. And if you're too slow, you lose competitive advantage. So you need to build that capacity as you're building the capability. Other thing is, when you're entering a market, and let's say the Saudi market is very mature, and as Dr. Fadi said, the capability is very strong there. When you go there, such a market, you're competing on those great talents that any other competitor is going after. So you have to create that competitive advantage and offer that kind of progressions for those talents for you to come to you and for you to retain them.
Thank you so much. I have a question now. Just before Stéphane, just one very quick question, Bob. How does this commitment get tested?
It is tested through retention. It is tested through adherence to the governance. It is tested, and how do you create those jobs, whether they're targeted, whether they're kind of direct jobs or non-direct jobs as well.
So yeah, this post is very interesting because you can see that in GCCs there is a lot of requirement, a lot of ambition, but also of involvement needed, and it's tested. You need to be the best partner. So now I have a question for you, Stéphane. So you work for BD Pharma, which is a very strong French group with an international presence. And what could be interesting is from your experience of many different markets, how do you see this evolution and the development of the pharmaceutical landscape in the GCC's region in your point of view, which is manufacturing also? So I think it could be a very value added.
Yes, thank you, Joanna, for the question. So I would speak about the injectable market because this is the one I'm dealing with. So I would say that on that market, we see clearly that the talents, the expertise, the knowledge is there. There is a dynamic. And from the first time we start exploring that region, about 15 years ago, only 1 or 2 companies were locally producing injectables. And today, there are tens. So really, the localization is one very key observation today. It has been accelerated during the COVID or just after the COVID period. So this is the first. The second, seen from our side, very significant vision is the research for the highest possible quality. So at each meetings, each discussion with pharma companies locally, immediately the first question coming to the table is, what is the best product quality that you can offer at first? So really companies are seeking for the best quality of products, of components, of whatever capabilities. And the third one is about the strategy around very modern and complex molecule to develop at first. From my experience in other markets, when a company wants to start producing injectables, they start with, I would say, basic and easy molecule. And then after a few years, when they get used to it, they are envisaging to develop more complex molecules. In the GCC, immediately companies are immediately targeting very complex molecules like monoclonal antibodies for chronic disease or peptide for obesity or diabetes treatment. So at first, this is the first objective. So I would say that the 3 main observations are localization with the highest quality and focused on very modern and complex molecules.
Thank you so much. But talking about complex molecules and complex processes, it's a question come. What about tech transfer in the region? You are a tech transfer company, and what do you think about tech transfer in the region, and what matters the most when you target a pharma market? What is the importance of transfer?
To be clear, for us, addressing a market like GCC, one of the main objectives is developing business. But really what matters the most for a company like BD and for me is the patient. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the chain, there are patients who need to receive safe, efficient, and in a good way treatment. So really, we are definitely convinced that if we are grouping all our capabilities, all our expertise on each individual sector, and we are sitting around the same table, putting everything on the table and sharing, we can reach that objective to deliver a good treatment for patient and efficient treatment. So definitely, partnership is for us the key word for addressing that market. So I would even summarize this in one slogan, like alone you can go fast, but together we think that we can go far.
It's a good summarizing. Thank you very much. So we will now have a last question and a last topic, but please, gentlemen, feel free to add on this topic, because we will talk about IA and digital health. It's it's something which is we can see in the Gulf countries more and more stronger than before, and also we see that there is a lot of new research centers that are created. I would say almost every day in the Gulf countries. There is a lot of investment, people, money, but like we see that this question will be a part of the tomorrow's sovereignty of those countries and a part of their strategic asset, and a lot of laboratories, I would say, studies are created and already creating a lot of value. So, Bob, I would like to ask you, how do you see on your side French expertise as a company based in Qatar and working in different countries? How do you see this French expertise in health tech and data could be useful to the GCCs?
That's interesting questions. Look, data, this is everyone's worrying about. This is the capital of everything in any business now that we're talking about. And the GCC is driving healthcare data and behind it in a really, really kind of strong manner. Now, let's be kind of frank. There isn't a single market that can do one thing alone. And then how France could actually benefit from that is balancing innovations with governance. I mean, the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation that's been kind of applied in Europe, especially in France, can actually offer that trust to GCC companies, but balancing the innovations and the trust. Because at the end of the day, companies, especially healthcare companies, they look after patients and patients' data. And they want to know that the people that they're working with them, that how do they take control of these data and how they implement these data. So what moves the needle is not software licensing only, it's that capability building that create the real partnership and trust between the two countries, or the two regions.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you want to add something. If not, I have a last question for you guys, gentlemen, which is very quick, and I was thinking it could be very interesting if it was spontaneous, but we have been talking about the aim on being long-term. So it will be, for you, what would define, looking at 2035, a truly French GCC's healthcare partnership successful? Because we do also have many different partners, companies in the room that are looking to explore GCC's market. So right now we can tell them, you need to think long-term. It will require a lot of investment on your side. You need to be there to see people, to talk with people, to discuss, and to improve. That's what we expect from you in the GCCs. But if you have other tips to give them to be successful, I don't know if somebody will start or want to start.
Thank you, Joanna. I think you mentioned it. Once again, seeing is believing. So we hear a lot about different pockets of the world through different sources of media, etc. But the reality is being on the ground and actually seeing things with your own eyes and hearing things with your own ears, and engaging and interacting with individuals on the ground is extremely different than what you may or may not see through other people's eyes. Interpreting things, every one of us comes from a different background, different culture, different education, different upbringing, and once again, the way I interpret things is very different than the way someone else interprets things. So I think giving yourself an opportunity, getting on a plane, going to the region, in our case, going to the kingdom, seeing it, feeling it, will truly give you a very, very different perspective. I think the minute you'll walk into the airport, you'll get a sense of that energy. You'll get a sense of the enthusiasm and the ambition that is there. A few weeks ago, I went to the Red Sea for the first time that I've been to the Red Sea, As a national, I was extremely impressed. I was extremely astonished by the way we were welcomed there, the experience, the hospitality, the journey itself. Just from getting off from the airport and getting into the resort was a tremendous experience that I'm extremely gracious and proud to say that we have gotten to that level. So seeing is believing, but once again, patience is a virtue. And if you think that coming to the region or coming to the kingdom, you're going to come for one visit and you're going to have a few meetings and you're going to walk away with a deal, good luck. And I honestly mean that, because once again, we're not looking for transactional partners. We're looking for people that really want to invest their time, invest their soul, for the sake of the kingdom, for the sake of the region. So if you're going to come there and say, we're going to get a business development budget and we're going to get an approval and I'm going to promise my boss that I'm going to come back with a deal, good luck. That's not going to happen. Once again, the level of maturity, the level of capability, the level of negotiation strength that we have reached as a kingdom is extremely high. We know who's in it for the long run. We know who's really here to just come in and fly back, and that's not what we're seeking. So I'll conclude with one thing, which is, and I say this every day, which is there's no better time than investing in the kingdom than today. And the fact that I say that every single day means that things are only getting better, greater, and brighter every single day. So don't lose out on the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
I think I'm going to second what Fanny said about seeing is believing. And such a forum is great because we're interacting from different countries from the GCC. We're interacting with French companies and expertise as well. But having such a forum as a roadshow within the local countries, and seeing is believing, as said. I mean, we're building hospitals that beyond belief. We're building 7 and 8 stars hospitals that you don't actually see anywhere else in the world. So come and see them and see how can you offer and what you can offer to an up-and-coming region, an up-and-coming country like Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gentlemen?
Yes, as a French company, since we are dealing with GCC and all the Middle East, we learn a lot. And I think a few very simple tips is that first, it's very important to understand from the beginning that you don't conduct business in the same way in the GCC or in the Middle East as we can conduct business in Europe or US. So it's very specific, and you have to think differently. And I think the key words are flexibility, to adapt also, and to be solution-oriented. There is never problems, there are only solutions. But every day it can change very quickly, and adapting is very, very, very important.
Thank you very much.
For sure, adapting, and I think that is also when a Vision 3035, lots of momentum, so maybe the vision can come through earlier. It's about the acceleration of the innovation, of course, for the population in the region, but beyond. And I think that's, at the end of the day, it's innovation biopharmaceutical for the patients who are waiting.
Thank you very much. So I have 2 last things to tell you. First of all, because in healthcare we put partnership in action live, I will just give the mic 2 seconds to Oscar Wendell from Global Health Stratolog that will announce you a partnership between France and Saudi for the next Global Health in Saudi in October.
It's really enjoyable to listen to this conversation, and that's what I'm here to announce. Global Stratologs, I'm the chairman of Global Stratologs and the newly launched Global Health Stratologs. We are partners with Vision Golfe for the 2nd year and the intelligence partner of Global Health Exhibition that takes place on October the 27th to the 30th. And today I'm pleased to announce the upcoming report roadmap to entering the Saudi healthcare market. It is a partnership between Global Health Exhibition as well as MedEdge MEA, and it will be launching at the Global Health Exhibition in Riyadh this October. Global Health Stratologs is a strategic intelligence organization focused on healthcare market entry in the high-growth markets. Our partnership with Global Health Exhibition, organized by Tahaluf, an Informa company, gives this report something rare. It pairs independent analysis with direct access to the platform where Saudi healthcare partnerships are actually formed. Global Health Exhibition has become the region's definitive meeting point for healthcare leaders, investors, and innovators. And the 2025 edition drew over 130,000 attendees from 46 countries, more than 2,000 exhibiting brands, and $35 billion in deals announced across hospital infrastructure, life sciences, and strategic funds. The report is a practical guide organized into 6 chapters that walks a company through the full entry life cycle and makes the strategic case for Saudi Arabia. We wrote this because the Saudi opportunity is genuine and rarely self-explanatory, and success there depends less on the strength of your product, but also as well as understanding the market intimately with presence. Saudi Arabia is the largest healthcare market in the region, accounting for roughly 60% of the GCC healthcare expenditure. And I'm very happy to be partnering with Business France in organizing a roundtable discussion at the Global Health Exhibition this year to open up opportunities for French companies. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Oscar. So I would... Wait. So to finish, I just would like to give you a rendezvous at Global Health soon. And gentlemen, I hope next year at this time at Vision Golfe we could be together on the stage and see how it evolves and have new announcement of partnerships, of business, of value creation. So thank you so much. And I hope to see a lot of projects grow in the coming months, years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these wonderful insights. Thank you, Joanna. And now I think everyone deserves a very good networking lunch. And we'll see you at 1:45 pile, sharp, to continue our conversation. Enjoy.